Sometimes you have to see to believe and witness history as it unfolds. When the news is breaking, watch with the newsroom of the Washington Post. We explain what's happening and why it matters. Thank you for choosing to watch the headlines as they're being written by our journalists. You can subscribe with a special offer at washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing through that link lets everyone here, from the front lines to the control room, know that you care about our continued efforts to inform the public, protect the First Amendment, and foster a healthy democracy. We could not do this without you.
It is primary night in North Carolina and in Pennsylvania, where voters are selecting candidates for one of the Senate's most competitive races. Also voting in their primaries today, Oregon, Idaho, and Kentucky. It all adds up to what could be the most consequential primary night of the 2022 elections. Good evening, I'm Libby Casey, coming to you live from the newsroom of the Washington Post, where tonight we will bring you the latest reporting and election results from highly competitive races. Polls just closed in North Carolina, and in my home state of Pennsylvania, they are open until 8 p.m. Voters in those two states will send clear signals on the biggest questions in politics. What's motivating voters? What is the lasting power of former President Donald Trump? And how are issues like abortion, inflation, and the lingering pandemic affecting the mood of the electorate? Tonight, we have reporters in the field and here in the Washington Post newsroom. James Homan has analysis. Also, Jeremy Bowers and his Election Insights team, and Lenny Bronner with the Washington Post's Election Night Model. Out on assignment covering the primary races are Jorge Ribas in Pittsburgh, Lee Powell in Bermuda Run, North Carolina, and Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill, where a lot could change in the coming months depending on this blistering midterm election season. Well, election nights at the Washington Post mean our data and engineering team work overtime to get accurate and rapid results. With me now is Jeremy Bowers, who leads that team. So, Jeremy, what do you have in store for us tonight?
Hey, thanks a lot, Libby. You know, we're watching those races across the United States tonight, and we have our eyes especially on the state of Pennsylvania. But that's not where we're going to see the first results. We've already got results coming in the state of Kentucky, and our team is working extra hard tonight to make sure we're going to have all of those right here on the touchscreen, where I can show you race calls and vote updates just as soon as they come in. Now, there's one other special thing about tonight. We've got our election night model for all those statewide races in North Carolina. It's going to be particularly useful in helping us make sense about that GOP Senate primary, because it looks like it's going to be really tight. Now, we'll also have our eyes on some West Coast states. Idaho and Oregon are going to have some votes, but it's going to be a little while until we get those. Until then, Libby, it's back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Jeremy. Well, Pennsylvania has a triple crown of political jockeying tonight as voters choose who will represent each party in the fight for House seats, a Senate seat, and the governorship. Let's go now to Jorge Ribas in Pittsburgh, where he is covering what has become a contentious and personality-driven race to fill the Senate seat of Republican Pat Toomey, who's retiring. Let's go to Jorge for more. Jorge?
Hi, Libby. Yes, I'm here in the East Liberty neighborhood of Pittsburgh at the election night rally for David McCormick, who's one of the candidates vying for that open seat. Now, McCormick is considered the establishment Republican. He's a former hedge fund CEO. He's a military veteran. He served in the First Gulf War. He's married to Dina Powell, who was the former Deputy National Security Advisor for President Trump. So he's got endorsements from Senator Ted Cruz, from former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. He's got the bona fides of the establishment Republican. Now, one of his opponents is Mehmet Oz, who is better known as Dr. Oz. He is a TV personality. He's has had his show for a long time. He was on the Oprah Winfrey Show before that. But most importantly, he's got the endorsement of former President Trump. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't have his critics. He's got critics on the right who have looked at his former TV days, accuse him of being a rhino, a Republican in name only, point to issues like abortion rights and transgender rights and saying that he's not actually a Republican. Now, for a while, it was just these two candidates facing off, spending millions on attack ads against each other. But in the last few weeks alone, the race has sort of been thrown for a loop thanks to Barnett, who's a very conservative commentator and author who's come in and risen high in the polls. Now, Kathy has attracted a lot of Republicans who see her as an outsider, who like how she fights and says things about the election being rigged. She's got a lot of support from the MAGA crowd. But with her rise comes a lot of scrutiny as well. People point to old tweets of her, some of her conspiracy theories she's tweeted about, and most recently, photos have emerged of her showing her marching to the Capitol in the vicinity of Proud Boys on January 6th. So there's a lot of issues still at stake. It's very early in the night. You can see there's not really anybody here at the event. So we could be in for a very long night here in Pennsylvania as these three candidates vie for this open seat. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Jorge. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. Well, with me throughout this whole evening is senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin and columnist James Hohmann. James, let's turn to the Democratic contest for that same Senate seat. You know, James, the breaking news going into Election Day was that candidate John Fetterman announced he suffered a stroke over the weekend. He won't even be at his own campaign event tonight. What a striking development on the eve of voting. So what's the latest, James?
Well, Libby, in the last few minutes, the Fetterman campaign says that a surgery this afternoon to implant a pacemaker with a defibrillator was a success. The campaign calling it a success. The Senate candidate on the day that he is heavily favored to win the Democratic primary for this open Senate seat was in surgery from 3:15 p.m. to 5:56 p.m. The campaign claims that he is on track for a full recovery. The pacemaker that he got will regulate his heart rate and rhythm. It addresses the atrial fibrillation, which is what caused his stroke. Now, the stroke happened Friday morning. The campaign didn't announce until late Sunday afternoon that Fetterman had been hospitalized. They canceled all of his events over the course of the weekend, wouldn't say what was going on. But even despite this 11th hour news, Fetterman still favored heavily to win this Democratic primary.
Now let's go to Rhonda for how critical this Senate seat is and how important the other contests are in Pennsylvania tonight. Rhonda?
Yeah, this Senate race is incredibly critical. It's pivotal, and I'm sure when we are covering this in November, the general election in November, we will be watching with bated breath what the results are for Pennsylvania, because this is one of the seats that could determine the power structure here on the Hill. If the Republicans will become the majority again, if the House will become a Republican majority again as well. So incredibly critical race going on right now as we're awaiting these primary results. And if you dig a little bit deeper into these races, both the Democratic primary there in Pennsylvania as well as the Republican one, you can see sort of the inner party turmoil and struggles that both Democrats and Republicans are facing nationwide. For instance, Jorge talked about the Oz and Barnett and McCormick race, the Republican race tonight. That shows you the different shades of Republicanism right now. You have someone who shot up in polling in Kathy Barnett, who has kind of adopted a populist model, and she's very popular. You have Mehmet Oz, who is the Trump-endorsed candidate, and then you have that middle-of-the-road Republican in McCormick, who's deemed the establishment candidate. And then on the Democratic side, with Connor Lamb, who is a young congressman here on the Hill. He was seen as a rising star in the Democratic Party because he was able to flip the district that he won a few years ago. And so he was seen as someone who could appeal to all sorts of voters in Pennsylvania, but he has not been doing very well in that race against Fetterman, who is branded as this outsider of politics. So this race right now in Pennsylvania, the Senate race, is also going to show us what is working among voters, what's working in the Republican base as well as the Democratic base, and also independent-minded voters as well. Do they want to go with the Trump-endorsed candidate, or do they prefer someone like McCormick? So those type of questions will be answered as we get these results in tonight. But truly, this is a very, very critical race there in Pennsylvania.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. You know, James, so much of the conversation on the Republican side is like who can be the Trumpiest. So even though Kathy Barnett doesn't have the support of President Trump, she talks about herself essentially being more MAGA than he is, right? Like that he has pivoted to the MAGA movement. That's also happening in the governor's race on the Republican side in Pennsylvania. Talk to us about that race and what's up for grabs there.
Well, it's an open governor's race. Tom Wolf, the Democratic governor, has served 2 terms. But this is obviously a swing state. This is going to be an incredibly favorable national environment for Republicans in these midterms. And Republicans are poised to nominate the heavy front favorite. We still need to see the ballots get counted, is a guy named Doug Mastriano. He's a state senator who was elected in a 2019 special election, was totally obscured, served 30 plus years in the Army, retiring as a colonel right before he ran for office. And he became a well-known figure on the right by working with Rudy Giuliani and others to try to throw out the Pennsylvania election results. Joe Biden carried Pennsylvania by 82,000 votes, but he was the leader of the sort of the Stop the Steal effort. He organized buses to come to the rally that Trump spoke to on the Ellipse on January 6th last year. And he calls Ron DeSantis in Florida an amateur. He is just extraordinarily conservative, and he jokes that he's more MAGA than Donald Trump is. There has been an 11th hour effort in this crowded gubernatorial field, Libby, to try to rally and coalesce behind the leading alternative to Doug Mastriano. His name is Lou Barletta. He was a longtime congressman from the northeast part of the state. He gave up his House seat in 2018 to run for Senate, lost to the Democrat Bob Casey, and Trump ended up endorsing Mastriano over the weekend, partly because he wanted to be able to claim victory and he was afraid Dr. Oz is going to lose in the Senate race. So he was sort of following where the voters were instead of leading them. But we're going to see how close the race gets. There were 4 different candidates who were all polling in the teens in the latest polling from that race. One of them has spent more than $10 million, has been all over the airwaves. He was Bill Mcswain, the former U.S. attorney for the Philadelphia area under Trump. But Trump has attacked him hard because he refused to participate in the efforts to invalidate the 2020 election results. So he hasn't really taken off, but he had some of the establishment lane support. So there's kind of this very crowded field. If people all sort of rally behind Lou Barletta or one of the others, Doug Mastriano could potentially not win the primary, but he is the man to beat tonight.
Some of that coalescing would have had to happen earlier than now. And we didn't mention the Democratic side there, the contest for the nomination for Democrats. That's because Josh Shapiro has that essentially locked down. So we'll be watching that throughout the night to see. He's already pivoting to the general election, which we will be talking about. But let's turn to North Carolina, because that is another state that we are watching this evening, and the race for Senate there. Now, just like Pennsylvania, it has an open Senate seat that could tip the balance of power here in Washington. My colleague Lee Powell is in North Carolina and recently talked to both leading Senate candidates in the Tar Heel state. So, Lee, what did they tell you?
Well, good evening, Libby, from Bermuda Run, North Carolina. We are just outside Winston-Salem in a 95-year-old dairy barn. This is been converted into a kind of a conference wedding kind of event space here in Davie County, which, in fact, where Ted Budd is from. Now, who is Ted Budd? He is a 3-term congressman who is running for Senate and is leading the field, all because of an endorsement from former President Donald Trump. That seems to have made all the difference. So this is where his supporters are gathered here tonight. And as we come on the air, and the polls are now closed at 7:30 Eastern here in North Carolina, I actually have some news for you, Libby. When you look at early voting numbers, early voting ended on Saturday here in North Carolina. Record amount for a midterm election, the most ever. More than 580,000 early votes. Now, for comparison to 2018, the last kind of midterm election cycle, 295,000 votes. We don't quite know what caused that uptick. In recent years, there's been some trends where more people have voted early here in the Tar Heel state, but it also may attest to sort of the energy and attention that these races are getting here. So we have Ted Budd, the leading Republican. It is likely if he succeeds in winning this primary tonight, he will face a Democrat, Sherry Beasley, who is the former Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court. She's looking to make history in a couple of ways. If elected, she would be the first black senator from North Carolina, and she would also be the only black woman in the U.S. Senate if she succeeded and went to Washington after November's election. But we did talk to both of them. On Saturday, they were about 2.5 miles apart, but this distance in terms of where they stand on issues, much greater. We went to Lexington, North Carolina, the self-proclaimed barbecue capital of the world.
People are worried about runaway crime. They're worried about drugs and the loss of life due to fentanyl from the Biden border crisis. But people, I mean, their kitchen table issues are at the gas pump. These are people that are taking their trucks to work and they're trying to afford, gas in their cars. These are people that are trying to go to the grocery store, and if they have young families, they're trying to find infant formula. These are all self-inflicted things from the Biden agenda.
They're concerned about constitutional rights, they're concerned about climate change, and they want to know that the next United States Senator is going to work hard to fight for the people here in the state. And I've been really honored to be in service to the people here for 30 years. And really, as a judge, it's been my honor to uphold the oath to respect the Constitution and to respect the rule of law and to make sure that laws apply equally to all people.
We should also note that in the Republican field, there are two other candidates you'll be hearing about tonight. One is Pat McCrory. He's the longtime former mayor of Charlotte, also served one term as governor, and Mark Walker, who was a three-term member of Congress, a pastor, is his background. They are also fighting for that nomination with Ted Budd. The winner in November, of course, will replace Richard Burr, who has served in the Senate since 2005. So this is an open Senate seat. Richard Burr is retiring from the Senate. If no candidate receives more than 30% of the vote, there will be a runoff on July 26th. But Libby, the other race that people have been talking about here in North Carolina and nationally has to do with Madison Cawthorn, that 26-year-old first-term congressman who can't seem to stay out of the headlines between indiscretions, scandals, racy social media posts, videos, pictures. A lot of talk about his status and where he will fall tonight in his election at on the far western side in the mountains of North Carolina. We will talk all about Madison Cawthorn when I see you next. Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much. Lee Powell live for us in North Carolina, tracking the races there. Let's go back to James and Rhonda. So, Rhonda, what stands out to you in these battles in North Carolina?
Well, a few days ago, I spoke to a political scientist at UNC Chapel Hill, and she said right now the North Carolina electorate is really interested in the idea of outsider candidates. Outsider candidates, those who say they don't have experience, that they want to come to Washington and shake things up, they're the ones that seem to get they're the ones who seem to attract a lot of voters in North Carolina. So I'm going to be watching tonight to see if that theory is true. And of course, the race for Senate there with Congressman Budd, that is certainly one race to keep an eye on right now because he is sort of running as an outsider, even though he's a congressman for the state. He's running against a former governor of the state who is deciding to run on his leadership as the state's executive governor. So it's again a battle between those Republicans who want that Trump endorsement, want sort of the brand of being outside Washington, and then the battle of more moderate and established Republicans. So I'll be watching that, if that outsider mentality wins tonight. And of course, that Madison Cawthorn race will also be emblematic of that too. That's North Carolina 11. And when I spoke to that political scientist, she said the reason why he is still very popular and very competitive this evening is because his district likes that outsider. That's working for him. That's how he got into Congress. He was very clear that he was going to come here and try to shake things up, not necessarily be involved in a lot of policy discussions or anything like that. He really wanted to make a name for himself as this outsider. So, of course, as Lee mentioned, that controversy has been following him for weeks now, but he still has had traction there among those voters in his district. So I'll be watching how he does tonight. And one important point about his district, too, in his race, rather, is that in North Carolina, each candidate is going to need 30% or more to avoid a runoff. So while Madison Cawthorn and others who are positioning themselves as outsiders may be doing well in polling, it's going to be interesting to see, are they going to be able to make enough headway to avoid a runoff?
Thanks so much, Rhonda. I want to kick this over to James to talk more about this question of outsider status. And sometimes the outsider status is really a label people are putting on themselves or a persona they're trying to match, like Rhonda was talking about. One is being assumed by a congressman. How are you seeing that trending in the primary season generally, James?
Yeah, there is this desire for people to shake up Washington, as Rhonda was saying. It's pretty remarkable throughout American history. There just were not that many change elections. We'd go long periods where control of the House, the Senate, or the White House didn't change between parties. And when you think about it, every 2 years, with very few exceptions, 2012 being the last example, either the House or the Senate or the White House flips. And that's because of this immense frustration with how things are going, a feeling that the country's on the wrong track, that Washington's broken, and the voters send people like Donald Trump to try to shock the system. Joe Biden won in 2020, promising a return to normalcy. And it was interesting in that video clip that we saw from Lee Powell, Sherry Beasley, emphasizing her 30 years of service, including as a judge, someone who's emphasizing experience and ties to the state, because I do think that there is sort of some desire for experience. But what I've noted across all the primaries so far is that voters are putting a lot more emphasis on authenticity than electability. That people want a person who they feel like is real more than they care about whether that person can win in a general election, which is why in a state like Pennsylvania, Connor Lamb, his entire campaign, all of his ads have been about how he can win in the general. And when you talk to Democratic voters, that just doesn't really move them the way it did in 2020 when they got behind Joe Biden to be the presidential nominee.
And James, how are you seeing that play out in Pennsylvania? Let's turn to there for a minute, just in terms of this question of outsider status, or people trying to seem authentic, especially.
Yeah, so Fetterman, John Fetterman goes around wearing, shorts and T-shirts, including at events with the president. That's part of his whole kind of ethos, is that he lives in this small town where he moved. He and his wife and their kids live in a converted car dealership, and he kind of is trying really hard to be the man of the people. And on the Republican side, you're seeing that yearning for authenticity too. Dave McCormick ran one of the largest hedge funds in the world in Connecticut, Bridgewater Associates. He's now going around, chanting "Let's go, Brandon." Dr. Oz, who's been on the TV show circuit, got famous on Oprah Winfrey's show, then got his own show. He's going around wearing a barn jacket and has all these ads where he's holding a shotgun, doing skeet shooting. And, I think that that's an effort to be authentic. I also think in a place like Pennsylvania, a lot of voters can see through this faux authenticity, but they want someone who they feel like is real, and all the candidates are trying to respond to that in their own ways. For some, it's more awkward than others.
So, Rhonda Colvin, of course, among those watching closely what happens tonight are leadership, Rhonda, in the House and Senate. I'm talking about people like Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer. When we see some of these candidates who are saying they're more MAGA than Trump and talk about the elections not being valid, Rhonda, what are the implications for leadership in Washington and how the Republicans, for example, steer their caucus, or how Democrats think about who they're going to be bringing to Washington?
Yeah, that's really the question up here among Republican leadership is how did they get ahead of this? Because if you have some of the candidates, especially the candidates who are on the ballot right now in the states we're talking about as well in the coming primaries, who believe in the so-called big lie that Trump won and Biden didn't, if you have more of them within Congress, it's not going to make anything better here. It certainly won't. And I think the Republican leadership knows that. They have had a few tests this last term with some folks in the House who have said some controversial things that they have had to discuss as a caucus. We mentioned Madison Cawthorn. He has been receiving a lot of negative pushback from Republican leadership and those from his own state as well. So there is a question right now, how can the Republican leadership here on the Hill sort of get their arms around these primary races, these candidates? And one of the big ways to do that is likely money. It's putting money and funding behind candidates that they think can win. Back to that electability question, if they can win in the general versus just make some noise. And we've seen that in Pennsylvania, especially with the governor's race there too. And James pointed that out as well, is that some of the more established Republicans have put more money behind the established candidate versus Doug Mastriano, who has troubled many of them for his connections with January 6th and other things he has done in line with that so-called big lie. So that's a question we're likely going to see a lot of Republican members of Congress as well as state Republicans try to figure out how to get a hold of the party, how to bring more people into the fold here who aren't going to be these firebrands.
James, there is a scenario in Pennsylvania where we have two election deniers succeed tonight, thinking of Doug Mastriano in the governor's race, Kathy Barnett in the Senate race, people who were in Washington on January 6th. How are Republican leaders thinking about and talking about sending those potential candidates into a general contest in a state like Pennsylvania?
Well, there is certainly concern kind of among the establishment or what's left of it about this. But on the other hand, the majority of Republicans in the House voted to throw away the electoral votes from Arizona. So it's not like they were far in the minority. Obviously, it's something different to organize buses to go to the Stop the Steal rally. Both Mastriano and Barnett claim that they did not go inside the Capitol, but both were photographed walking toward the Capitol and close to the Capitol itself. It will be interesting in this environment. When you talk to Republican strategists, they really argue that voters care far more about inflation and the economy and this week baby formula than they'll care about the 2020 election denial. And it is a risk Democrats have to tread carefully because voters ultimately vote about the future, not the past. So obviously it was incredibly significant, this huge moment for democracy, this black eye for the country. There's this ongoing January 6th commission, but a lot of voters aren't necessarily going to cast their ballot in the midterms based on that.
Rhonda Colvin, give us the big picture of this primary season right now. I know you've been covering and following other primary races. March us through to this moment tonight. What's the track record so far of some of these Trump-supported candidates and some of the establishment candidates?
One of the things that everyone's been talking about is Trump this kingmaker? Is he the one that when he gives an endorsement to a Republican candidate, they win? So what we saw, one of the biggest tests that we saw so far is Ohio. And we saw that J.D. Vance, who was the Trump-endorsed candidate, did go up in some of the pollings ahead of that primary day, and he did win in that election. But if you look at some of the threads in the election results of that night, you do see that a lot of Ohio Republicans also preferred one candidate who kind of came out of nowhere, who actually ran against the Trump endorsement.
Rhonda, I'm going to interrupt you there for a moment. We'll talk more about some of these broad contours of the election, but we have two key race calls to make, so pardon the interruption. The Associated Press is now calling both primaries in the North Carolina Senate. They are projecting that Congressman Ted Budd will win the Republicans' primary in the seat being vacated by retiring Senator Richard Burr. And the Associated Press is also projecting that Sherry Beasley will win the Democratic primary in that same seat and make the midterm ballot. Let's head back now to the Post's Election Insights team to hear how this matchup will affect the fight for control of the U.S. Senate.
Hey, thanks a lot, Libby. You know, it's a pretty quick race call tonight, but North Carolina does count ballots fast. And with about 25% of the vote reported, we've already got a race call for Congressman Ted Budd. Now, we're going to keep watching this race because there's still things for us to learn outside of just who is going to represent the GOP in this November's general election. For example, Pat McCrory is more of an establishment candidate, and so we're going to want to see what happens in some of these more urban counties that have yet to report. North Carolina is one of those great southern states that reports in the rural areas much more quickly, and then we wait for much of the rest of the night to see what's going to happen in places like Raleigh and Charlotte. And places like those Charlotte suburbs are going to be really important for us to keep an eye on, because it's going to tell us a lot about how the Republican Party in North Carolina is going to line up behind different types of Republican candidates, whether they be more establishment or more MAGA friendly. Now, we also have a race call in another race, and this one was a little less exciting. This is Sherry Beasley, who was easily the front runner on the Democratic side. And you can see with about 30% of the vote in, we're already ready to go ahead and accept that projection from the Associated Press. Now, we're still waiting on those results from Pennsylvania, where polls haven't closed yet. We're still waiting on some other things in North Carolina. We're going to keep an eye on Madison Cawthorn's seat in the far western part of the state. But until then, it's back to the studio and you, Libby.
All right, thanks so much, Jeremy. Let's go to James Homan for more. James?
Yeah, this is expected but significant. North Carolina has not had someone win a Senate race with more than 55% of the vote since the 1970s. Ted Budd is the favorite going into this general election, and it's a state where Barack Obama was able to win in 2008. Joe Biden targeted it in 2020. Hillary Clinton targeted it in 2016. They weren't able to pull it off. Democrats hope that by nominating a different kind of candidate, they might be able to keep this one close and potentially put it in play. Sherry Beasley would be the first African-American woman to hold statewide office in North Carolina. In 2020, the Democratic nominee against Thom Tillis was leading in the polls until late in that race, kind of the traditional Democratic model candidate in South Carolina, moderate white guy, but he was caught having an extramarital affair with one of his consultants, and his support tanked. Tillis ended up winning that race, and Democrats feel they're not going to have those kinds of problems with Sherry Beasley.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go now to Lee Powell, who is in North Carolina. He's with the Ted Budd campaign. Lee?
Well, Libby, I have to say that about 7:30, when the polls closed, the doors opened here inside this converted dairy barn, about 20 minutes outside of Winston-Salem. The crowd started filtering in. They have some hors d'oeuvres, some cheese, and other finger foods over on one side. And then when that race call came down, they have some cable television on screens here. There was a big cheer in the room when that Ted Budd race was called. And so kind of the party is just getting started here, and we'll see how much longer it lasts. We are expecting to hear from Ted Budd and others from the stage in a short while. I have to say that I have talked to both of the candidates, Ted Budd and Sherry Beasley, over the weekend. They were making rounds, small gatherings, 15, 20 people at a kind of a county party level. Sherry Beasley was in a park in Lexington, North Carolina. Ted Budd was at a kind of a brewery place near downtown Lexington. So very informal gatherings. And just the folks that I talked to there said that, they see a very stark divide here. When it comes to Sherry Beasley, I heard a lot of concerns about voting rights, about abortion, of course, and just sort of the state of kind of the politics and the kind of demeanor of everything. And when it came to Ted Budd's side and his supporters, a different kind of concern. Concerns about inflation and the rising cost of groceries and gas, but also concerns that the culture is changing, that things are moving too fast, and that there's some discomfort with kind of all of the change that is happening around them among those voters. And of course, some of them were older voters expressing that. So definitely a different contrast in a crowd. I'll leave you with this as well. When you look at the Republican field, the two other candidates who are vying for this in this race, Pat McCrory was the governor of the state for one term, longest-serving mayor of Charlotte, the state's biggest city. And then you had Mark Walker, who was a fairly well-known congressman in these parts, and coming from the pastoral side as an ordained minister. The feeling that I got and from talking to people and just some analysts is that the problem both of those candidates had is the Republican Party moved more to the right, and they did not, especially Pat McCrory, who was kind of definitely a more establishment Republican when you looked at the three of them. And so, the party moved, they did not, and it was just always a game of catch-up for Pat McCrory and Mark Walker in terms of who they were going to attract, and just that Trump endorsement for Ted Budd. You look at kind of the polling trend lines before and after endorsement, just seemed to make all the difference in the world, and we certainly have indications that was the case here tonight. Libby, back to you.
Thanks so much, Lee Powell, live for us in North Carolina. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, who's on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, let's talk about how these candidates head to a general election contest now. So much of a primary, if you have a competitive one, is pivoting to the base of your Democrats, your Republicans, but then they have to sort of tailor a message to a broader audience. Talk to us about that process and what you'll be watching in a state like North Carolina.
Yeah, I think that says it all about what we're about to expect from the North Carolina U.S. Senate race. I think on the Democrat side with Sherry Beasley, they're ready to run for the general. They've been ready. And in fact, if you look at a little bit of strategy that happened there, she did have a formidable opponent on the Democratic side, but he dropped out of the race and instead is running for Congress. And that is thought to have been a move by the state's Democrats, who wanted a really strong candidate to run for this seat. And they think that it's in play. They think that they can pick it up. And she has been fundraising at really high rates. In fact, I read a press release a few days ago from her camp that said she's been getting a lot of donations, and she is out fundraising those who are on the Republican side. So they've sort of had to battle it out for the last few months to be the Republican nominee. Meanwhile, she has been fundraising. And her camp also said that her donations, most of them, I think it was over 90%, have been less than $100, which would suggest that she has some sort of grassroots appeal to the people in North Carolina. So I think it may be safe to say that North Carolina will be a tough U.S. Senate race when it comes to the general election in November. And of course, we've seen this in other places too, where one side has been able to fundraise while the other side has had to battle it out. So now for the Ted Budd side, of course, getting that Trump endorsement really was pretty much everything, because when he started off, he was not a front runner. Then he got that endorsement. Trump also was there in North Carolina to campaign for him a few weeks back, and that seemed to really turn things around where he surged ahead in the polls. So while they were concentrating on that Trump endorsement, the other side has been building their campaign, and now the Budd side will have to appeal to those North Carolina voters. Now, one thing that's incredibly interesting to me about North Carolina politics and their electorate is that they have a very big share of unaffiliated voters. Those are the voters that went to the polls today and were able to pick up a Republican or a Democratic ballot. They are people who do not identify with either party. So the fact that North Carolina has a high share of those types of voters also tells you that this is going to be a tough race for anybody running in the U.S. Senate, because they're going to have to appeal to people who are thinking and voting on their own mind instead of just taking an endorsement from Trump or any other shortcuts.
Thanks so much, Rhonda Colvin. Let's bring Tyler Pager into the conversation. He covers the White House for the Washington Post and has been looking at President Biden's central message going into the midterms and the headwinds that his candidates are facing. Tyler, talk to us about how candidates like Sherry Beasley will have to message about the national picture and what we're seeing from the White House. How does that translate into a state like North Carolina?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what is interesting now is how these candidates deal with the national environment in these local races. So much of our politics now is nationalized that these candidates are going to have to respond to the daily headlines about inflation, about the latest shortages with baby formula, about what's going on Capitol Hill. And as much as these candidates try to make this about what's going on in North Carolina, for example, there are larger issues at play here, and there's no way to escape that. The same way that Republicans have had to answer for every, when he was president, every tweet that President Trump sent out, the Democrats running for Senate are going to have to face questions about the President Biden's agenda, his administration, and the ups and downs that are accompanied with that. I think what's really interesting now is how we see President Biden play in these states. President Biden's approval rating has dropped precipitously. North Carolina is not a state he won in 2020. Pennsylvania is. And so as we see these candidates in these races firm up between a Democrat and Republican, it will be noteworthy to see how President Biden engages. Do these candidates want him in their states, in their districts, campaigning alongside him, or do they want him to create distance, or do they want to create distance from him and thereby not have him join them on the campaign trail? I think that is the question that now opens up as these primaries has finished, and President Biden has not been that engaged in these primaries, in the midterms elections to this point. Most of his political activity has been confined to fundraising. We've seen that activity pick up in recent weeks. So that's what I'm looking for in the next few weeks, is how does the president engage with the members of his party who have now won the nomination and move toward a general election.
Tyler, let's talk for a moment about President Biden's trip to Buffalo, New York today in the wake of Saturday's horrific supermarket shooting. Law enforcement says this was a racially motivated crime by a white young man against mostly black victims. How is the president trying to cope with mass shootings, racist violence, and how is the connection from Washington, or the personal connection from President Biden, being felt on the ground by people who are devastated by what's happening?
Yeah, Libby, as you know, the president announced his campaign for the third time running for the Democratic nomination, and basing it in what happened in Charlottesville, the Unite to Rally, the white supremacist nationalist march we saw there. That really formed the basis of his campaign. And so now to see another tragic shooting, or motivated by someone who clearly believed and was inspired by some of these replacement theories, I think is just another example of some of the issues that really motivated President Biden to run. And that's what we heard today in a really soaring speech from the president, taking this on head on, talking about this act as an act of terrorism, calling out white supremacy, saying this is something that needs to be dealt with aggressively. And my colleague Matt Visor was up there in Buffalo and spoke with some of the family members who met with the president, and said they were struck by his empathy, by how informal the meeting felt, that they were meeting with the president of the United States, but it didn't feel like that he was really trying to connect with them and hear their stories. That's something we know the president has experience in, given his own personal tragedies. He's traveled around the country as president, giving eulogies to friends and colleagues who have passed away. Grief is something that is core to Biden's political identity, but I think now what we're seeing is frustration, that grief is not translated into action, and that these families want to see action in Washington. They want to see policy being made to prevent the gun violence, but also to deal with these issues of racism and white supremacy that clearly were at play here at this tragedy. And so I think this is something that Biden will continue to face pressure from, not just from the families in Buffalo, but across the country. Leaders are calling on the president to take more action, especially as this was an issue, as I said earlier, that really formed the basis of his presidential campaign, and something that has not been at the top of his agenda, and activists say they want to see it return there soon.
Rhonda, let's talk about what this means as Americans tally up what Democrats have been able to accomplish while they've held the White House, the House, and they've barely held on to the Senate. And that 50-50 split certainly makes a difference in how much Democrats are able to accomplish. But what are the concerns that Democrats have about voters going to the polls and assessing the last 2 years?
Yeah, Democrats on the Hill have been very aware that this was going to be a hard midterm cycle for them. And, you know, historically, most houses and Senates don't hold a majority if they're the party of the president. So the odds were already stacked high against them. But with the current concerns, the financial concerns, the kitchen table concerns, they are very aware that they need to do more to sort of tout some of the things that they have been done. And that's sort of hard because this has been a contentious term here on the Hill. But one thing that I have heard that some Democrats, especially in the House, have said could be a part of the strategy is to celebrate more what they've been able to do with the infrastructure bill, the hard infrastructure bill that passed a few months back. They want to show that bridges have been built, roads have been paved, and some have gone on tour and done that in their districts. And of course, the president has also done that too. But there's been all sorts of other news peppered in there that they've had to tackle, especially when it comes to these newest kitchen table issues like the baby formula scarcity or gas prices. So what you're seeing right now, especially in the House, is Democrats are trying to figure out ways to address those issues quickly. They're also running up against the clock because, as we know, this summer in August, they usually take a month-long recess. And in an election year, they also take weeks off to go campaign in their district. So time is ticking to get some real things done. And some of this is also out of their control, too. There's not much you can legislate when it comes to inflation. So a lot of them know that the odds are stacked high against them. One thing this week that House Democrats are planning is a vote on punishing companies who participate in gas price gouging. That's expected that it could pass the House because of the Democratic majority, but there doesn't appear to be much support in the Republican side of the Senate. So that legislation could die, and that they can't point to that as a success. So they know that there's a lot that they have to get done, not a lot of time to do it, and a lot of things that they just can't solve.
James Hohmann, let's go to you for the questions you'll be asking as voters weigh these issues and weigh the success of Democrats to accomplish things or the success of Republicans to stand in their way. James?
Well, the big kind of $64,000 question is abortion and what happens with the Roe v. Wade, the Dobbs versus Mississippi decision, which is expected to come in June. Does that activate and galvanize the kind of younger voters, single women who typically don't vote in off-year elections? The midterms are often a turnout game, which sounds cliche, but there are fewer swing voters in midterms than there are conservatives and liberals coming out. And in 2018, Democrats made huge gains because a lot of Republicans stayed home and a lot of Democrats voted. And we're in this new era we saw in the Virginia governor's race where turnout is much higher. Preliminary reports I'm getting from the ground in Pennsylvania say that turnout was quite high today, that it's on path for potentially being record-shattering, especially compared to 2018. But it's an open question about whether Democrats are frustrated that even though Democrats have unified control in Washington, they weren't able to pass Build Back Better. They weren't able to get other things done. The frustration over the lack of action on gun violence that Tyler was talking about a moment ago, that could keep people home. And in this new day and age, too, you see both parties actively trying to suppress supporters of the other party. So one of the concerns about John Fetterman being the Senate nominee in Pennsylvania is that there was this incident a decade ago where he pulled a shotgun on an unarmed African-American jogger, and his Democratic rivals have both attacked him on that. But the main concern is that the Republicans will run ads aimed at depressing African-American turnout in Philadelphia, which is going to be critical for the party to be able to win. And so this is one of those things where which side is able to get their people out will go a long way in determining how bad the midterms will be for Democrats.
Tyler, is there still an appetite at the White House to pass legislation, things we saw in Build Back Better, like addressing climate change, lowering prescription drug costs, increasing taxes on the wealthiest Americans? Like, where is their head at in terms of what they can accomplish before the midterms?
Absolutely. There's one big question mark in all of that, and that's Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia. The White House would love to pass all of that. As James said, this is something they tried to pass and have been unsuccessful in doing so to this point. Look, there are just a few more months until the midterm elections, and then when the Democrats are likely to lose control of at least one, if not both, houses of Congress, really imperiling Biden's efforts to pass any sort of signature legislation in the second half of his term. And so there is a lot of conversation on Capitol Hill and the White House about what is the path forward to pass any sort of legislation addressing some of these issues that are quite popular with Americans. If you look at polling, the White House is optimistic that if they can get this legislation across the finish line on issues related to climate change, prescription drugs, that they will really be able to bolster their case in the midterms. I think one of the challenges that the Democrats set themselves up with was that they outlined this legislative package as two parts. First was the physical infrastructure, which we saw them pass on a bipartisan manner. But as soon as they passed that, the president said, and that's not all. We have this other big package coming as well. And so much of the attention has been on what they didn't pass rather than what they did pass, because that's how it was framed and messaged to the American people. So I think there is still some optimism that they can get something done. But as it goes back to what I started with, it depends on Senator Joe Manchin. He has shown opposition to a lot of the policies that they've put forward in this social spending package. And I think it's ultimately going to come down to whether or not they can find some sort of agreement on a much narrower package that Senator Joe Manchin is willing to support. And if they get him on board, they need to make sure the progressive wing of the party is okay with the sacrifices that they're ultimately going to have to make in order to get those 50 votes. And I think that's why tonight's races are so important, because the Senate is up for grabs in November. There's just this 50-50 tie. And so the nominees that ultimately prevail tonight and in the coming weeks will really give us a better picture of how realistic it is for Democrats to either expand their majority or whether or not they're more likely to lose it come November.
Thanks so much, Tyler. We're starting to get some results now from House races in several states. So let's return to our Election Insights team and Jeremy Bowers. Jeremy?
Hey, thanks a lot, Libby. You know, we have been watching those House races come in, and let's start in the great state of North Carolina. Polls closed there at 7:30, and we instantly got a lot of results. And one of the places that we're watching really closely is this North Carolina 11 GOP primary. And the reason why is that Madison Cawthorn has been struggling in the polls recently after a handful of disclosures. And you can see here, with about 50% of the votes reported, he's running behind Chuck Edwards in the counted votes. Now, there's not a lot of a geographic story for us here. You know, Edwards was expected to do well in places like Buncombe County, which is home to Asheville. And we were expecting Cawthorn to do well in the more rural areas to the farther west of the district. But there is still a lot of vote left to be counted. We've got about 50% of the vote outstanding, and we're going to be keeping our eye on that race because it's going to be really tight. At least that's what the polling told us in the weeks heading up to this. Now, we were also thinking that maybe there would be a bit of a spoiler in this race, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It looks like it's going to be a really spread out vote. Now, let's look at a handful of other races where we have some interesting results. Elsewhere in North Carolina, we're watching a lean Biden district from 2020 where we're seeing Sandy Smith with running ahead with about 7% of the votes reported. The more interesting race here, I think, is in the Democratic primary, where we've got Don Davis running quite a bit ahead of the rest of the pack with about 20% of the vote counted. Now, you'll notice that in some of the states tonight, the Republican and the Democratic primaries are going to run a little bit out of sync. And that's because the votes are going to be counted at a different rate, depending on which of the two parties is handling that vote tallying operation. Now, the other place that we've got some results that I want to make sure we get a chance to talk about is Pennsylvania. Now, there's not a whole lot in, but there is some really interesting stuff happening here in Pennsylvania Senate. For starters, with about 3% of the vote in, we've got Dave McCormick running ahead of Mehmet Oz and Kathy Barnett. Barnett, as you remember, one of the candidates who was running really highly in the late polls, and we're going to be watching her tonight to see how well those polls predict what her actual vote total is going to look like. And then on the Democratic side, we've got John Fetterman, still in the hospital, but running ahead of Connor Lamb so far with about 15% of the vote reported. We're going to keep watching there elsewhere in the state, especially in Philadelphia and northern parts of the state like Erie, where we're really expecting to see some more support. And Connor Lamb, of course, his old congressional district. We're going to look and see how well he does there. Now, we'll have our eyes glued to the board, Libby, but until then, it's back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Jeremy. Let's go back to Pittsburgh and Jorge Ribas, who's covering that Republican fight for Pennsylvania's Senate seat. So, Jorge, the final weeks of the campaign have been what I would call very frothy. There's been a lot of change and movement. So talk to us about the front runners heading into tonight.
Yeah, so it has been chaotic here the last few weeks. And right now, like you mentioned, I'm in Pittsburgh. I'm at the Dave McCormick campaign event, or the election night event. It's getting a little more crowded. Polls closed probably about 25 minutes ago here in Pennsylvania. So people are starting to fill in, hoping to see victory for their candidate, who really, as recently as March, was leading this election pretty steadily. And it all changed. It all became kind of chaotic because of Kathy Barnett, whose rise has come on in the last few weeks. And so this morning, my colleague Ross and I went out and did a little road trip around Pittsburgh and stopped at some polling locations around the city, out in the suburbs a little bit, to kind of get a feel for what voters were looking for. And one gentleman I talked to up in Butler County mentioned to me that he had been tired of seeing the constant attack ads between Dr. Oz and McCormick, and because of that, that was one of the reasons why he decided to vote for Barnett. He also said he liked her outsider status. He thought, it was someone coming in who was different than the other two candidates. A couple other voters we talked to up in Butler County mentioned that their main issues they were voting for was inflation, supply chain issues, things that had to do with the economy. And for those two people, they mentioned they voted for McCormick. Now, we went down to Bellevue, which was closer to Pittsburgh, and talked to someone there who said their main issue that they had voted for was abortion. And for them, they felt that their best candidate for someone who was pro-life, was Dave McCormick. They thought that Oz was too liberal. His stances in previous, or his statements he's made on the television shows, showed that he wasn't going to be pro-life. So for that reason, he voted for McCormick. Now, I caught up with David McCormick last night. He had a campaign event in nearby Cannonsburg. And one of the issues he talked about a lot was he was the most electable candidate in November. He hammered that point quite a bit. But despite that optimism, I asked him if he would support whoever the Republican nominee was. And here's what he had to say.
I would. Listen, this is a hugely important race. I mean, critical for the country. I think it's extremely important that Republicans take back the Senate and that Pennsylvania has a strong Republican senator. So I believe I will win, but if I don't win, I would support whoever won, because I think they would be better than the alternative of a John Fetterman or Connor Lamb representing Pennsylvania in the Senate.
I can't hear her. So, I mean, that was interesting because earlier this week, when Barnett was asked the same question, she said she wouldn't support either Oz or McCormick. She said that they were globalists. And I feel like that kind of gets at the split in the Republican Party right now, when you have statements like that are sort of fringy, more radical right-wing statements, and then someone like McCormick, who's the more establishment Republican in this race. So it still could be a long night to see what happens here, but we'll be here all night. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Jorge. And Kathy Barnett tried to clean that up today, saying she would support the other candidates, but it just goes to show you, calling them globalists, her competitors, and threatening not to support them, shows the fractured nature of this race. Thank you so much, Jorge. We'll check in with you again in just a little bit. I'm now joined by Mary Beth Albright to talk about how redistricting is affecting Pennsylvania's elections. Mary Beth, tell us more.
So, Libby, every 10 years, each state is in charge of drawing the lines of its congressional districts based on the information from the U.S. Census. And how those lines are drawn can make a big difference in terms of representation and in terms of politics. So this is what Pennsylvania's congressional map looked like in 2011. And this was adopted by the Republican state legislature, and the Republican governor signed off on it. And this map was used for 7 years until the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court decided that the map was unconstitutionally partisan. That's 7 years that this map was in use before questions about it made it through the legal system. And in that decision, the state Supreme Court adopted a map with different lines that the court said were constitutional. So let's take a look at that map. And it may look pretty similar, but the decision's effect was huge because Pennsylvania's House seats went from 13 Republicans and 5 Democrats to an even 9-9 split. And something to note is in Pennsylvania, state Supreme Court judges are elected. And in 2018, as now, the majority of judges were elected as Democrats. And changing district lines based on a particular characteristic is gerrymandering. And it can be constitutional or unconstitutional, depending on the circumstances. Gerrymandering, as you can see from these maps, can affect the course of history. This election, it's even more complicated because Pennsylvania is one of the states that lost a congressional seat last year based on U.S. Census numbers. It's gone from having 18 seats to having 17.
So Pennsylvania's legislature is still Republican, Mary Beth, but the governor is a Democrat. So how is that affecting the fight over congressional district lines?
Well, the drawing of congressional district lines has to be approved and signed just like any other bill. But unlike other bills, there is a hard deadline, which is Election Day. And now in 2022, the governor and legislature couldn't agree on a congressional district map. So it went to the state Supreme Court, which just this year adopted a new map based on the latest census numbers. Now, remember, these lines are critical because drawing lines in favor of a specific group of people, and that's called packing, is not always unconstitutional. The United States Supreme Court has decided that it is constitutional to draw these congressional district lines to favor some groups, like what the courts call majority-minority districts. That is, a district that has a significant population of, for example, Black people or Hispanic people, to ensure that these historically underrepresented groups get representation in Washington. And that's important because founder John Adams called Congress a miniature of the country. This Pennsylvania map we have here today, which remember is the third map in 4 years, will be used for the 2022 election. But as we've seen, that doesn't mean it will be used for all of the next decade. This map could be declared unconstitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court for any number of reasons over the next 8 years. The court-adopted maps are controversial, and this United States Supreme Court said it would not consider the issue this term, but they could at any point in the future.
Thank you so much, Mary Beth Albright. Really appreciate that. Well, primary night is just heating up. Up ahead, we'll talk about all the knives that came out in the closing days and which ones landed directly on target.
Sometimes you have to see to believe and witness history as it unfolds. When the news is breaking, watch with the newsroom of the Washington Post. We explain what's happening and why it matters.
Thank you for choosing to watch the headlines as they're being written by our journalists. You can subscribe with a special offer at washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing through that link lets everyone here, from the front lines to the control room, know that you care about our continued efforts to inform the public,
Protect the First Amendment, and foster a healthy democracy. We could not do this without you.
The skyline of downtown Charlotte, North Carolina, and you can see the Bank of America Corporate Center, North Carolina's tallest building. Well, good evening. Voters in 5 states are selecting nominees in some of the most consequential primaries of the year. I'm Libby Casey, and you are watching a special report from the newsroom of the Washington Post. Here are the latest headlines. The Associated Press projects Senator Rand Paul won his Republican primary in Kentucky and will face off in November with Democrat Charles Booker. And in North Carolina, the Associated Press projects Democrat Sherry Beasley will win the Democratic primary and face Republican Congressman Ted Budd in the midterms. And polls just closed in Pennsylvania, where voters will make a strong statement about what power former President Donald Trump retains over Republicans. Let's go right to Jeremy Bowers to find out what we know at this hour about the Keystone State. Jeremy?
Hey, thank you so much, Libby. We're watching Pennsylvania like hawks tonight because we have a feeling that these Senate races in particular are going to be really exciting, and it's turned out to be the case. Now, the place where we have the most votes and the very best updates for you are here in the Democratic Senate primary, where John Fetterman is running a little bit ahead of the pack with about 15% of the vote counted. Now, these are a lot of areas where we expected Fetterman to do well. He's doing very well in the Pittsburgh area in the near suburbs. He's also doing pretty well in one of the handful of collar counties around Philadelphia that we've already gotten votes from. But we're still waiting in votes from an awful lot of places, including places where we expect Connor Lamb to do well. Now, if we flip over to the Republican version of the same Senate primary, we're looking at a little bit of a different picture. Now, Dave McCormick is running ahead of Dr. Oz and Kathy Barnett with about 4% of the vote in. Now, that's not very much, and we're really going to have to watch the rest of this. In particular, we're watching for a handful of interesting geographic patterns. We expect Dr. Oz to do very well in some of the more rural parts of the state, so the center parts, and maybe even further down toward the south, maybe near York and Harrisburg. But we're also going to be watching to see if McCormick can hold some of those votes near urban areas. The wild card in all this, of course, is Kathy Barnett. I don't think that her votes are going to follow any kind of geographic pattern tonight. We're going to need to look and see precisely what we can expect from that. Now, for the rest of the night, we're going to have our eyes on the state of Pennsylvania, and we'll also see what we've got for you from North Carolina, where we're watching that 11th Congressional District pretty closely to see how well Madison Cawthorn does. Until we get more updates, though, it's back to you in the studio, Libby.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Let's go to James Homan now for a moment. So, James, while we're talking here about primaries, we're all really looking toward November as well, and the control that Democrats barely have in the Senate with that 50-50 split. So take us through what will be at stake in a few months' time, James.
Yeah, Libby, as you noted, the Senate is split evenly 50-50 with Kamala Harris breaking the tie. And the reason why tonight's primaries are so significant is because these are the two best pickup opportunities Democrats have. In Pennsylvania and North Carolina, you have two Republican senators who voted to convict Donald Trump during his second impeachment trial and then announced that they will not seek re-election. Pat Toomey in Pennsylvania, Richard Burr in North Carolina. Now, Democrats right now, if the primaries were today, or the general election was today, they could lose New Hampshire, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So that's potentially 4 lost states. So they would need to not lose those states and figure out a way to offset a loss in New Hampshire, Georgia, Arizona, or Nevada with a win in Pennsylvania or North Carolina. Well, let's talk about that North Carolina race, because now that we've called the underlying primaries, we know that Ted Budd, who was endorsed by Donald Trump, will face Sherry Beasley. Sherry Beasley, Libby, lost re-election as Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court in 2020 by 701 votes. Very close election. North Carolina is used to close elections. The state has changed quite a lot. It used to be a Republican stronghold. Barack Obama won it in 2008. Before that, George W. Bush won in 2004. And it was a very different place. Democrats got a lot more votes from rural areas, and Republicans did really well in the Charlotte suburbs. By 2020, when Joe Biden narrowly lost the state, the red areas of the state became much redder, and Democrats made significant strides in the Research Triangle, in the Charlotte area, and in some of the well-to-do areas like Wilmington, North Carolina over here. And so the state has changed pretty dramatically. A lot of Democrats used to fare pretty well in the Appalachian part of the state in the West, not just kind of the famous city of Asheville, which is sort of a liberal stronghold, but Democrats used to do a lot better there. So the state has really realigned over the last 20 years. Ted Budd is from a rural part of the state, a rural area where Donald Trump really was able to run up the score both in 2016 and 2020. So the state's changing. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, no Senate candidate has won more than 55% of the vote since the early 1970s. And so the race is likely to stay close until November.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go back to Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, talk to us a little more about what you've been tracking this primary season, because you've been watching states that have come before this, including Ohio, closely. What trends are emerging?
Well, the one trend we did see in Ohio, which everyone was closely watching that one because it was one of the first opportunities to see if the former President Trump's endorsement would sway voters. And we did see that Republican voters there in Ohio did vote for J.D. Vance, who is now going to be the Republican nominee to go up against current Congressman Tim Ryan in the U.S. Senate race there in Ohio. But if you look at the margins of how he won in that state, even though he had the Trump endorsement, it wasn't a shoo-in win. It wasn't an overwhelming win. And in fact, one of the candidates who came in close to second, he came in third, but he was about tied with the person who came in second. He was actually a candidate who ran against the Trump endorsement, telling voters there, Republicans there, that he did not want it to win. So he was competitive in that race, which may suggest that some Ohio Republican voters went and voted on their own without thinking about the Trump endorsement. And then when you look at some of these other races, for instance, last week there was West Virginia and there was Nebraska. In Nebraska, the Trump-endorsed candidate for the gubernatorial race, he lost. And the one person who was not endorsed by Trump was Congressman Bacon of that state. He actually voted for Biden's infrastructure plan, and Trump criticized him for that and did not want Nebraska Republicans to vote for him. Well, he won his re-election attempt for the general election. He won it last week. So that does show you a little bit of mixed results, where you've had in Ohio, where it seems that Trump is a kingmaker by some degree, but then you look at Nebraska, which is a state that might have some similar demographics to Ohio, and the Trump-approved candidate did not win there. So this whole midterm race, a lot of people want to see if the Trump endorsement means that the candidate will win, and we haven't quite seen that overwhelmingly. But of course, there are many contests to continue to look at tonight as well as in the coming weeks.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Let's bring Mariana Sotomayor into the conversation. She covers Congress for the Washington Post and has been closely following today's primaries as well as others that have come so far. Mariana, welcome. Talk to us some more as we follow up on what Rhonda was saying about the forces that are shaping the 2022 midterms.
There are a number of them, and as we have seen in just the last week, any issue can come up and really change what is motivating voters. Of course, many things that we have been hearing, at least the one issue that we've constantly heard from Republicans, Democrats, doesn't really matter where it is in the country, is of course inflation, high prices. Now, in the last week, we've seen a conversation dominate Capitol Hill, which is the access to baby formulas. There's low stocks on the shelf. So these are the things that people are facing every single day, and it could shape their perception of who to vote for. Of course, right now, Biden is president. Democrats hold both levels of power in the House and the Senate, so a lot of the blame is being pinned on them. But if you think about just 2 weeks ago, almost 3 weeks ago, when that draft from the Supreme Court on Roe v. Wade, it looked like it was going to be overturned. That did end up motivating a lot of Democrats, and Republicans for a while had been saying that is something to watch, since Democrats weren't necessarily very enthused to turn out. But that is an issue where they realize, oh, these are things that could be at risk. This is just one. What else could be pulled back by Republicans? And that's definitely an argument that many Democrats are making on the campaign trail.
That you're watching that encapsulates this question of how abortion will factor in is that of Congresswoman Susan Wild. She represents the Lehigh Valley in eastern Pennsylvania. So she's safe tonight, but you're following her general election fight. What is she and other Democrats like her in some of these purple areas? What are they up against?
Yeah, so it's likely that she's actually going to face off her opponent in 2020, Lisa Scheller. And she is someone who is also from that area, the Lehigh Valley. The district has changed a little bit. It actually makes it more competitive for Wild and gives Republicans more of an edge, because it did pull in more rural voters that have overwhelmingly supported Trump in the 2020 election. So a lot of these vulnerable Democrats do have to toe the line. But, the interesting thing when I was there last month was there were many voters that I talked to. I was actually pretty surprised to run into a number of Republicans who used to be, a number of independents who used to be Republicans that ended up moving away from the party because of President Donald Trump. There were actually a couple of Democrats that I also met who used to vote Republican and said, I do not associate myself with that party anymore. And many of them, when they were talking about the Senate races, they were saying, Mehmet Oz and also David McCormick, they are ones who I don't necessarily like because they are trying to embrace Trump too much. So as much as Democrats have to talk about and make up for the economic hurt that many people are feeling, a lot of voters, especially those independents, looking at the Republican side and saying, I don't know if this person is really going to help bring solutions on Capitol Hill in any way.
James Hohmann, let's talk more about what Mariana is getting at and this question of electability and which candidates will make it through this primary gauntlet tonight and moving forward in the primary season, because Republican leadership has some big concerns about ultimate electability of some of these candidates. They want to stay focused on issues like inflation, the pandemic, but could there be real questions about election integrity and just sort of the mainstream values or lack thereof of some of these GOP candidates?
Yeah, Libby, and we've seen this.
James, I'm actually going to hold you on that for one moment. One of the big winners of tonight is Republican Congressman Ted Bunn. He is now the nominee to be the Republican for that Senate seat in North Carolina. Let's go live to him now.
Wow. Well, Dan, I was listening to you, and we do like to go to bed early in Davie County. Look, I just want to thank my friend Dan Bishop. Dan, you were my first endorsement, and I'm still honored to have your support. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, you are a dear friend, and your support is humbling. I can't wait to watch you achieve even more in this great state of North Carolina. Well, the psalmist tells us, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His steadfast love endures forever. And North Carolina, we certainly do give him thanks tonight. Yeah. So I want to begin by thanking my wonderful wife, Amy Kate, for her love, for her encouragement, and for her road miles, for her hard work, and for giving us and blessing us 3 fantastic kids, Joshua, Catherine, and Macy. Well, you all have kept this primary fun, and you've kept me grounded, because when I get home, I get reminded that there are still dishes to do and trash to take out. So I'm eternally thankful that God has blessed me with such an amazing family. And that includes you, Mom and Dad. That includes my brothers and their wives, and my nephews and nieces and cousins and extended family. Many are here tonight. And I want to thank my friends and my neighbors, especially those who have known me for a long time. It's a joy to look around this room and to see so many familiar faces here tonight. We've always stood by each other, and I want you to know I treasure our friendships. I want to thank my campaign team and all the work of our volunteers and Bud crew chiefs in all 100 counties. Because without your hard work, we would not be here tonight. And friends, I want to thank President Donald J. Trump and his entire family, including Laura Trump, who is a native North Carolinian with a powerful voice of her own. She and the president helped me back in 2018 when Nancy Pelosi targeted me in a tough Republican district. And then in 2020, we worked together to elect other Republicans up and down the ballot and across our state. So when President Trump endorsed me last June, he said this. He said, "Ted, I'm endorsing you because you never wavered on America First policies. That America First agenda, it led to historic job growth, wage growth, and prosperity for all Americans. And I pledge to my fellow North Carolinians, I will never waver when it comes to fighting for the forgotten men and women in this state and in this country." Now, you've often heard me say that primaries are awkward moments. And yes, friends, they really are. Because you have to run against people that you might have supported in another setting, in another day, in another race. But I want to take a moment and I want to recognize those men and women right now. Governor Pat McCrory, I thank you for your service to our state as governor and for your time as mayor of Charlotte. You made Charlotte better and you made North Carolina better. So thank you. Congressman Mark Walker, please, give him a hand. Congressman Mark Walker, you and Kelly were the first ones that Amy Kate and I reached out to in 2016 before I was ever sworn into office. The four of us had dinner not too far from here, and so I want to thank you for your early help. Your loyal supporters will be critical to helping us take back the U.S. Senate, and I want to humbly ask for their prayers, for their support, and for their vote this fall. To Marjorie Eastman, I thank you and your husband for your service to our country. Your commitment to citizen service, it is a model for us all. You know, there were 14 Republican ballots that put their name forward in this primary, and I'm absolutely honored to be the Republican nominee. But now, we need to pull together, and we need to look to the real race in November. So I was glad to see that many of the events that we all participated in, each one of us took a unity pledge and we raised our hand to support the eventual winner of this primary. And that sends a clear message to the Democrats that this party is united and is poised to take back the Senate and to save this country. Early on in this campaign, I told my team that I wanted to visit each and every one of our state's 100 counties, not just the ones with the highest populations or with the big TV markets. Friends, I've just got a view of politics that a candidate needs to look voters in the eye and ask them for their vote. So that's what we did. Now, we got a little criticism, but our 100 county tour, it made me a better candidate and helped me fall deeper in love with the old North State. In every county I visited, I heard stories of high grocery costs, skyrocketing fuel prices, shortages of basic necessities like infant formula. I heard stories of families that have been ripped apart by deadly drugs like fentanyl. We know that fentanyl and other drugs came across a chaotic and open southern border. I heard about crime waves that turned safe neighborhoods into deadly battlefields. My friends, I'm sure all that chaos is completely unacceptable to you, and I want you to know that it is completely unacceptable to me. My opponent, Sherry Beasley, she doesn't seem to have any problem with Joe Biden's agenda. So let's be clear. Sherry Beasley is the most radical liberal candidate to ever run for U.S. Senate here in North Carolina. So if we send her to Washington, she would enable every element of Joe Biden's agenda. And if we think it's bad now, it's only going to get worse with Sherry Beasley in the U.S. Senate. Now, $5,200 may not sound like a lot of money to Chuck Schumer. It may not sound like a lot of money to Joe Biden or to Sherry Beasley, but that's a lot of money to most folks here in North Carolina. And $5,200 is how much extra the working families in our state have to pay this year to the Biden-Beasley inflation. And that's what voters are going to be thinking about when they go to vote in November. Voters here in North Carolina, they're going to be thinking about the chaos at our southern border. And some folks will say, well, you're not a border state, so why do you even care? Friends, sheriffs, law enforcement from all across this great state have told me that every single county here in North Carolina is a border county because of the Biden-Beasley lawless open border agenda. Deadly drugs are flooding in, human trafficking is increasing, and the cartels are trying to gain even more control of our borders. It's gotten so bad that even my Democrat opponent is talking about it, but she's not holding Joe Biden accountable for his failures. And she won't hold him accountable in the U.S. Senate either. That's why working families are going to send a conservative fighter to hold Joe Biden accountable in November. Well, we got an amazing crowd here tonight, and I bet some of you all drove from a pretty long ways. This is a big state, isn't it? Anybody fill up their gas tanks today or this week? Oh, I hear you. So let's talk about gas prices. One of the first things Joe Biden did as president was to shut down domestic energy. And now we pay some of the highest fuel prices in history. Because of the Biden-Beasley agenda, farmers are facing skyrocketing input prices, and that raises prices for everyone trying to put food on the dining room table. Ladies and gentlemen, under Joe Biden, America is woke and broke. And Sherry Beasley would be nothing more than a rubber stamp for everything that is wrong with Joe Biden's woke and broke policies. So we need to put the brakes on this agenda for the sake of hardworking North Carolinians, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm Ted Budd. I'm a small businessman. I'm a conservative fighter. I'm America First, and I am honored to be your Republican nominee for the United States Senate. God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
That's Congressman Ted Budd, who has won the Republican primary for North Carolina's open Senate seat. For more on how North Carolina's GOP primary was clinched so quickly tonight, let's head to data principal scientist Lenny Bronner.
Take a look at the Democratic primary here, and this was called after just a few precincts were in. That's because of Sherry Beasley's overwhelming lead that she had in just even the early results that were coming in. And this lead has sort of manifested itself as votes have continued to come in. She's leading by more than, or by a little less than 80 points here. The Republican primary here is a little more interesting. We called the race, or the race was called for Ted Budd quite early also. But his lead isn't quite as large as the one we just saw on the Democratic side. The reason here is because he was already leading when the early vote was coming in, and that's not what was expected. We were expecting Pat McCrory to be doing particularly well in the early vote. But because Ted Budd's lead was already significant in the early vote, we were able to call this race. And as Election Day votes have been coming in throughout the rest of the night, we've seen his lead expand. The race was called when he was at around 55%, and he's now at 58% of the vote reporting. This is why we were able to call those two races. Back to you, Libby.
Thank you so much, Lenny Bronner. Let's bring in James Hohmann and Rhonda Coleman into the conversation. Let's talk about the Democratic side of this contest here. We heard a lot there from the Republican nominee, but I want to also talk with you both about the Democrat, Sherry Beasley. She has clinched this. She is a former Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court. And the Associated Press projects that she will win her crowded primary with a campaign that focused on her judicial experience and her ability to work with law enforcement. It's important to note that Beasley made history as North Carolina's first black Supreme Court Chief Justice. She hopes to become the state's first black senator. Rhonda, talk to us more about this woman who has clinched the Democratic nominee, according to the AP.
Yeah, there was a little bit of strategy in North Carolina where she did have an opponent on the Democratic ballot in North Carolina who really was competitive for her. But it appears that the state's Democratic leaders decided that they wanted to pull him out. He is running for Congress and instead let her have the field alone. She did, of course, have those other opponents on there, but none of them seemed to be as competitive with her. And for the last few months, she's been able to campaign and build up her coffers. And she's going into this general election pretty well funded. So it appears that the Democrats there in North Carolina wanted to make sure that they had a strong candidate, wanted to make sure that they had a candidate that could appeal to a wide variety of folks in North Carolina. It is increasingly becoming a very diverse southern state. It's something that we've talked a lot about before in elections when it came to Georgia and how there are more people of color in some of the southern states, more people with college education moving there for jobs and the economy. And we're seeing that also in North Carolina. In fact, their population grew so much since the last census in the last 10 years that they were able to get one extra congressional seat. That's why they have 14 now. And they were only one of 6 states to get an extra congressional seat. So the population is growing there. And both parties, Democrats and Republicans, know that a candidate that they need to run in what's going to be a very, very competitive race, they need someone who's going to be able to appeal to all of those pockets of North Carolina. And it's not only racial diversity in North Carolina, it's also rural versus urban. There's areas right now that have seen a surge in population and that can be right up against a rural area, and that area is also right next to an urban area. So you do have a lot of areas right now in North Carolina that are kind of a microcosm for the rest of the country. So Democrats and Sherry Beasley have been very aware that this will be definitely a fight to the finish once they get to the general election in November.
James, Republicans have won the last 4 Senate races in North Carolina, even at times when Democrats thought they could really break through. So what would Democrats need to do to turn the tide? And I will point out that, Bud was already labeling this the Biden-Beasley agenda. He seemed pretty pleased with some of the digs he was able to get in there against who he will be his general election opponent. That's right, Libby. And I think to answer your question, you're completely right. The last Democrat to win a statewide Senate race in North Carolina was Kay Hagan in 2008, who defeated Elizabeth Dole. She's since passed away. When she ran for re-election in 2014, she'd won in 2008 because of George W. Bush's unpopularity. Barack Obama carried North Carolina. She, in 2014, tried really hard to distance herself from the Obama-Biden agenda. At that point, Obama really steered clear of North Carolina that year because he was pretty unpopular. They actually sent Joe Biden to campaign there. But even then, Hagan wouldn't always campaign with Biden. It didn't work. She lost anyway to Tom Tillis. The person that is really a model for North Carolina Democrats is Roy Cooper. He is the current Democratic governor. He was the longtime attorney general. He got elected in 2016, even as Trump carried that state. He got reelected in 2020 as Trump carried the state again. He's very popular. He's pretty moderate. He's someone who wants to run for president in 2024 if President Biden chooses not to. And he has figured out how to thread the needle in the Tar Heel state. James, talk to us about the fact that another former governor wasn't able to make a dent here in this race against Ted Budd. What does it say about the establishment and people who are seen to be as sort of the workhorse track record folks against people who have the Trump endorsement? Now, Ted Budd is still a congressman, so it's not like he hasn't done this before, even though he's trying to sort of play up that outsider status here. Yeah, I mentioned Roy Cooper a second ago as sort of the model for Democrats. Roy Cooper defeated Pat McCrory in that 2016 election. And in fact, McCrory lost by something like 7 points, even as Trump won the state that day by 5 points. Part of it is the Republican Party has really changed, Libby. Pat McCrory, before he got elected in 2012, was the Republican mayor of Charlotte, the state's biggest city. He was a moderate, but the suburban areas of the state have really drifted toward Democrats, not just Charlotte, but Raleigh and the Research Triangle. And the people who have been ascendant in conservative politics are the kind of the rural, more Trumpy types. Pat McCrory never a natural fit for those people in the GOP. James, we're going to pause here for a moment because we're hearing from our election insights team that there is a key race call from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The Associated Press is now calling the Democratic primary in Pennsylvania. They are projecting that John Fetterman will win a spot on the November ballot. This win sets up one of the most watched Senate races in the country, as the seat has no incumbent running for re-election. Republican Pat Toomey announced his retirement, and he will step down at the end of this term. So let's head back now to the Post's Election Insights team. Jeremy, this race had a lot of last-minute twists. How did Fetterman win?
You know, it really did, Libby. We were watching that last-minute polling, and it looked like Connor Lamb was going to be a little bit closer. Like, there might even be a bit of a challenge tonight. But now we're still shy of 30% of the vote in, and the Associated Press is feeling confident enough in what they're seeing and able to be able to go ahead and project this as a Fetterman win. Now, what's happening under the hood here is that we're seeing a lot of the early vote here in Pennsylvania, right? Because many of those ballots were opened up early this morning, and they were able to be processed. And so those are the first votes that we're going to see show up on the board. But what we wanted to do is to make certain that there was going to be some of that election day vote in there, and that would give us the sort of confidence to feel like that Fetterman was going to be able to sustain a lead like the one that he is currently showing. Now, there is a lot of Pennsylvania left to count. You know, we're at just 26% of the counted votes, but feel relatively confident about this one. Confident enough to go ahead and put the check mark up for Fetterman. Now, I want to give a little peek over here to the GOP primary, because that is an open seat, and it is really interesting to see what's going on here. Dave McCormick is running ahead with about 10% of the vote in, but the only county where we're at 100% reporting is here in Jefferson County. Sorry, we're just at 40% there, but it's enough that Kathy Barnett has an early lead here. It's a very rural county, and this is one of those patterns we're going to expect to kind of see tonight. We're going to see Dr. Oz and Barnett do well in some of the more rural parts of the state, and then later in those more urban areas, we're going to expect to be able to see McCormick do well. So as we see other parts of the state count, we should be able to see McCormick start to pull, either hold this lead or watch it start to bleed away as Oz and Barnett find their way into some more votes. Now, we've got our eyes on the state, Libby. We're going to keep looking for it, and if we've got anything else, we'll bring it to you. But until then, it's back to you.
Sounds good. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Let's go back to James. James?
John Fetterman winning was expected, but it is noteworthy because he had surgery this afternoon from 3:15 to 5:56 p.m. to implant a pacemaker with a defibrillator. He had a stroke on Friday that did not dent his pre-primary lead in the polls. It is a pretty remarkable moment to have major surgery, heart surgery on an election day. He voted via an emergency absentee ballot earlier today before he went under general anesthesia, according to the campaign. And tonight at his victory party, his wife, Giselle, will be there. The thing about Fetterman that's really interesting is he defeats Connor Lamb. He is currently the lieutenant governor, and in that job, he presides over the state Senate. Not a single member of the state legislature in either chamber endorsed Fetterman in this campaign. Almost all of them endorsed Connor Lamb. Connor Lamb rounded up a lot of the union endorsements, a lot of the kind of traditional Democratic endorsements. Fetterman didn't even try to get a lot of those. Instead, he raised a ton of money online, mostly small dollar donations. He was very popular with the left. He was a very early Bernie Sanders supporter in 2016, and that worked. Going and building a grassroots campaign, going to areas of the state where Democrats usually don't. And then the non-Fetterman vote was split between Connor Lamb and Malcolm Kenyatta, an African-American state legislator from Philadelphia.
Yeah, Rhonda Colvin, let's talk more about the other challenges in this race. Malcolm Kenyatta and Connor Lamb were both very appealing to a lot of Pennsylvania Democrats I talked to. They just like John Fetterman more. So what do you make of this contest tonight?
Well, we've been talking a lot about how Republican voters are attracted to sort of that outsider campaigner, that outsider politician. And I think this also shows that Democratic voters, too, in a state like Pennsylvania, where you do have a lot of diversity, they are also attracted to someone who is sort of against the grain. And that's what you kind of get from Fetterman. That's been his brand since he was mayor in a town in Pennsylvania. He is known to not own, I think he says he only owns one suit suit. And he only wears that because of the dress code at the Capitol when he has to go and visit with the legislature. So, and I think James also mentioned that he lives in a converted car dealership. So he is sort of this candidate that has developed his own brand, that he's, you know, the average man, and he is not like the politicians that you see in Washington. And that is appealing. And I think that says a lot about just the overall American electorate right now, is that they are perhaps tiring of the traditional politician on both sides, and tiring of the idea of the establishment, which is what Conor Lamb did represent. He was someone who was deemed a rising star in the Democratic Party because he was able to flip his House district when he won his seat in Congress. And the Biden campaign was truly interested in him when they were running and how he did that, what his game was there. So he could not, it appears he could not take on Fetterman as much as Democrats from the establishment would have hoped. But again, that shows that American voters are really looking at these candidates that are their own man, so to speak, or own woman.
Mariana Sotomayor, let's go to you for any more analysis that you have as we're watching some of these race returns tonight. Mariana?
Yeah, you know, one thing about the Pennsylvania Senate race is Conor Lamb over on the House side. It's part of the Capitol that I cover the most. And he, for the past year, has very much tried to toe a moderate line, but also work with a number of progressives. Of course, when he came in, he was seen as this rising star, someone who could win in the district that he represented, which is Allegheny County, win this more moderate area, more moderate district, and has since been on Capitol Hill trying to kind of toe that line. But as we saw last year, especially when Democrats on the House side were trying to get Build Back Better done, there were a number of policies that he actually sat down with a number of progressives to hash out, things that had to do with Medicare reform, for example. And those were policies that he would talk about on the campaign trail, but still that was not enough. Just as Rhonda was talking about, there was this difference with his cookie cutter look, you know, always in a blazer. That was very different from what now we're seeing is going to be the Democratic Senate candidate, a very untraditional kind of potential member in the Senate. So it's an interesting dynamic, of course.
Yeah, Mariana, how much of this is about cosmetics and sort of the persona that people are trying to put out there? You know, John Fetterman, he's like 6'8". He's the mayor of former mayor of a steel town. He's got tattoos that have a lot of symbolism and references, but he's also, you know, a graduate of an Ivy League education, and he is someone who has served as the lieutenant governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So it's not like he's coming in as a total outsider.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been interesting because people have absolutely noticed the way that he dresses, you know, in a hoodie and shorts. But it seems like, based on reporting that I've done and some of our colleagues who've been in Pennsylvania most recently, voters like that. Voters like how casual he appears, the way that he talks. And, you know, in some ways you could almost, that question for a lot of presidential elections, which is, you know, which candidate can you see grabbing a beer with? And he's someone who fits that mold more so than some of the other candidates in that primary race. So the optics are definitely there, but the question is going to be, you know, if he's in the Senate, is he going to be embraced by Senate Democrats? A lot of House Democrats that I've spoken with actually do like him and like to see him at the top of the ticket, and also Josh Shapiro as governor. I think that could maybe help them in their vulnerable races across Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and we're watching that governor's race in Pennsylvania closely to see who will prevail and meet Josh Shapiro, which Republican will greet him in that general election contest. Mariana, thank you so much. Thanks for all of your reporting. Well, the politics of Pennsylvania have shifted pretty dramatically over the past 2 decades, and few states show the realignment of American politics better. So let's head back to James Hohman to explain how and why. James?
Yeah, Libby, you know, as we were just hearing from Mariana and Rhonda, Conor Lamb is the kind of Democrat who used to win statewide in Pennsylvania. You know, Joe Biden has said, reminds him of Beau, his late son. John Fetterman, just in terms of disposition, but also ideology, is not really the kind of person who's traditionally won in Pennsylvania. But the state is changing, and I think that there's an instructive graphic here that we've made to show how it's changed. Donald Trump was the first Republican to carry the state in a presidential election since 1988. George W. Bush did not carry Pennsylvania in 2004. It was a top target for them. They weren't able to get there. But you can see one of the reasons why Bush couldn't win Pennsylvania in 2004 was the strength of Kerry in these southwestern Pennsylvania counties. This is outside of Pittsburgh. This is Appalachia. This is essentially West Virginia. This is also the area that Connor Lamb represents in Congress. He was able to win a special election in 2018 in a district that Donald Trump had carried 2 years earlier by more than 30 points. And it wasn't because of scandal of the incumbent or anything like that. So the state has changed from these blue counties, and you look at 2020, this is Allegheny County, this is where Pittsburgh is, and most of the Democratic votes now come from the Philadelphia area and this part of the state, as well as Pittsburgh. And in the middle part of the state, you have essentially what is a T, and Republicans have really figured out how to run up the score in those areas. It's changed the nature of the state. But now if you're a Democrat and you want to win statewide, you have to figure out how to excite the people in these areas of the state, unlike 2004, unlike John Kerry. And that's why you have someone like Bob Casey, who's the state's senior senator, who announced last week that he would vote to codify Roe v. Wade as federal law. Originally, when he first ran statewide, like his father before him, Bob Casey Sr., he was against abortion rights, but he has changed his position because of how the state has changed. And you can see that in these two maps.
You know, James, you talked about how any Democrat has to really activate that right, geographically right corridor there of Pennsylvania. One thing that John Fetterman has had to defend himself against is this incident when he in 2013 when he pulled a gun on a man who ended up being an unarmed black jogger. This was brought up in debates. Malcolm Kenyatta, in particular, tried to sort of get him to address this. He didn't seem comfortable. He didn't quite seem to know how to address it in that debate setting, or how to rectify the situation in some way. So how could that play out here in the coming months?
Libby, Joe Biden carried Pennsylvania in 2020 by 82,000 votes, and a lot of that margin came from the Philadelphia area. One of the challenges for Fetterman is that Republicans are going to use this against him in the general election. And you're right, he did not have a good answer. He struggled to talk about it. He's very uncomfortable. Basically, his answer boils down to when he pulled the shotgun on the guy, he didn't realize he was black, which isn't entirely believable. The problem, and we saw this in 2020, is that Donald Trump, on the very same day in Pennsylvania, was running ads targeting black voters in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, saying that Joe Biden was the candidate of mass incarceration and opposed criminal justice reform. And in the predominantly white media markets of the Keystone State, Trump was running ads the very same day saying Joe Biden wants to defund the police and he's soft on crime. So what you were certain to see from any of the three Republicans who win the Senate primary tonight, any of these three people, but especially Kathy Barnett, are going to be running ads targeting African-American voters, trying to lower the African-American vote by saying John Fetterman pulled a shotgun on an unarmed black man. And Connor Lamb and Malcolm Kenyatta warned about that. Ultimately, progressive voters in that state's primary didn't really care. But this is going to be a live issue in what's going to be a very nasty, very expensive, very competitive general election.
I want to bring Rhonda Colvin into the conversation on John Fetterman. Rhonda, let me read to you something that our colleague Michael Shear wrote. He said that Fetterman gives a chance for Democrats to find out whether they can arrest the building red wave and their declining white working class support with a candidate that does not fit easily into any partisan box. Again, that was written by our colleague Michael Shear. What do you make of the questions that Fetterman will have as he heads into this general election?
Yeah, that kind of fits what we were saying all along, that he does not fit this sort of partisan mold. And that also is something that whoever is going to be his challenger on the Republican side in this U.S. Senate race will also likely be. So it's going to probably be very interesting debates if they do take part in debates in the coming months toward the general election. But again, it really does show that voters, Democratic voters too, in a sense, want to send someone to Washington who they believe will somewhat shake things up or challenge things. And that's what I think they found in John Fetterman. He was also a well-financed competitor in this race as well. So that means there's more money to do ads with, more money to have a good social media game. And we saw that out of his campaign as well.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Let's go to Pennsylvania, where our colleague Jorge Ribas is standing by. He's been tracking the Republican Senate primary race for the Washington Post. So, Jorge, there was an important intervention in this race from former President Donald Trump. How is his influence affecting the campaigns?
Right, and so that's sort of been this sort of both seen and unseen presence on the campaign trail for these candidates. And early on, Trump had endorsed Sean Barnett, who dropped out in November. He's actually right behind me right now, who has now endorsed McCormick. Once Parnell dropped out, Trump turned his endorsement to Dr. Oz. In his endorsement, he talked about, Oz's many years on TV, being this beloved TV personality, which definitely influenced his endorsement. And so, despite endorsing Oz, his influence was on the other candidates as well. I mean, both McCormick and Barnett talked a lot about pushing Trump's policies, whether it was finishing the border wall, issues having to do with the supply chain issues, inflation, talking about how Trump was a better businessman and be a better leader. They were both talking very much about finishing and completing Trump's policies as president. So one of the things we noticed, I was here a few weeks ago in Greensburg, Pennsylvania, for a rally that former President Trump had for Dr. Oz. And the reaction to Dr. Oz was muted, to say the least. I mean, overall, the rally was sparsely attended. It was pouring rain. It was at a fairgrounds. I think I was wearing a suit. It was the most ill-dressed reporter out there. But in the sparsely attended crowd, I talked to some people who were there, and almost everyone I talked to were mostly there to see President Trump. Here's what some voters had to say about Dr. Oz.
Rain all you want. We're going to have a lot of fun, Pennsylvania. We're going to have a lot of fun.
I am an extreme Trump individual. I'm not an Oz supporter. I think Trump has his own ideas on whatever he decides to do. And he can endorse whoever he wants to endorse. But I'm against his endorsement.
And thank you for the endorsement.
I just think he's not a local person. And like I said, I think President Trump probably likes him because he's a celebrity.
I grew up on Dr. Oz. I know a lot about him, and he's a very smart guy. And yeah, he got my vote.
What sealed the deal, I guess, for you in terms of voting for Dr. Oz?
It was Trump's endorsement.
Yeah,
I mean, big
Trump.
time.
Trump, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Dr. Oz. Like, who wouldn't want to vote for him?
So, I mean, besides that young couple, almost everyone that was there was really supporting Trump. And Oz got a muted reaction. There was actually some boos in the crowd. A few people kind of turned around. And even during Trump's speech, he barely referenced Oz. It took him almost 45 minutes to talk about Dr. Oz. When he brought Dr. Oz on, Dr. Oz thanked him for his endorsement. And then Trump talked mostly about McCormick, saying things that McCormick was in bed with China, that McCormick would go along with Mitch McConnell's platform. So really, the reception to Dr. Oz, you could see it at this rally that was for Dr. Oz, was rather muted. But that hasn't stopped these candidates for talking about Trump on the campaign trail and endorsing his policies.
All right,
Back to you, Libby.
Jorge, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. James Hohmann, let's go to you. I feel like Jorge is going to lose his voice. He's having to shout over that crowd there for David McCormick. As he started to tell us about Trump's trajectory in that race, he said that he endorsed Sean Parnell at first, who dropped out, which created a vacuum and an opening. How pivotal do you see Trump's decision-making process and the ultimate endorsement of Dr. Oz as factoring into this race?
Well, it was a huge factor, but I think this is an instance, Libby, of Donald Trump trying to keep up with his followers more than leading them, as we saw with him endorsing the guy who's likely to win in the gubernatorial primary. His endorsement of Oz did generate a lot of backlash, and I think if Oz loses, we will look back on this period as sort of a turning point. Trump was able to pick J.D. Vance, the winner in Ohio, in that Senate primary. The candidate that he actually went and campaigned for hard, Charles Herbster in Nebraska, lost. Dr. Oz doesn't really feel MAGA. He's a reality TV show guy like Trump. He hasn't spent that much time living in the state, but Trump, and especially, I'm told, Melania Trump, really like Oz quite a lot. They spent a lot of time with him socially in West Palm Beach. David McCormick tried really hard to get that Trump endorsement. His wife, Dina Powell, was Deputy National Security Advisor. McCormick spent a lot of money, hired a bunch of former Trump people, including Hope Hicks, in a bid to get that endorsement. But if someone like Kathy Barnett is able to pull it out, and she's had momentum, those are Trump voters. Those are people who love Donald Trump, who are voting for her. And it's a weird thing when you talk to voters in a state like Pennsylvania, Libby, because they will tell you, we think Donald Trump was misled by his advisors. Trump got bad advice. It's not that they're saying we disagree with Trump, he's wrong on this one. People are weirdly eager to make excuses for the former president to explain how he got behind someone like Oz or J.D. Vance. But as you noted as well, Libby, Sean Parnell was his first choice, and he did drop out after very serious allegations of spousal and child abuse, including choking his estranged wife.
Thank you, James. Well, one issue looming large for some voters is a potentially seismic decision this summer from the Supreme Court on the issue of abortion. And our colleague, national political reporter Annie Linsky, has been looking at how it's affecting the primary races in North Carolina. Annie, how were candidates talking about it on the campaign trail in recent weeks?
Hi, Libby. I was out in North Carolina earlier this month to listen to Sherry Beasley, who has won the Democratic nomination to be a Senate hopeful in North Carolina. And she talked about abortion and abortion rights in this sort of expansive way, where she would say that she's worried about abortion being eroded, but that it may be the first step, and that it could show that civil rights and even voting rights would be, voting rights and civil rights could also be eroded if the abortion decision goes the way that the leaked memo from the Supreme Court suggests that it would. So it was an attempt that was interesting. But Democratic strategists and Republican strategists have both privately said that this abortion issue may not be the game changer that it sort of has been initially covered as. But what Beasley is doing here is trying to connect abortion rights to civil rights and abortion rights to voting rights that would excite perhaps a broader swath of the electorate. So that seems to be her play in North Carolina. And tonight, she had a really big night, and she won. It wasn't all that unexpected, but it's she certainly advanced using that argument.
Let's talk more, Annie, about how Republicans are using the so-called culture wars and how that's also butting up against personalities and some of the personality-driven politics of the moment, whether it's Donald Trump or Madison Cawthorn.
Yeah, I think one of the surprising things when you're out on the campaign trail is, there are so many economic reasons for voters to be upset right now. There's inflation and these gas prices and shortages on everything from baby formula to couches and furniture. Prices for meat are going up. So there's a lot of kind of kitchen table economic reasons for voters to be upset. And so it was surprising to me, at least, to be out on the campaign trail and really hear the biggest response from crowds were when Republicans went kind of in a different direction and started talking about culture war issues, parental rights and education, opposition to critical race theory, abortion, talking about trans rights. I mean, these are the sorts of cultural values touchstones that really drove an audience wild. And I was even, in Ohio with Donald Trump recently, and when he talked about trans rights in sort of a very derisive way, the audience went so wild in support of what he was saying that Trump even paused to say, "Oh wow, I'm surprised that I'm getting this kind of response."
Thanks so much, Annie. Let's talk more about North Carolina in just a moment with you. But first, I want to go to the state and talk to our colleague Lee Powell, who's been covering the attempts by Congressman Madison Cawthorn to retain his seats. Now, Cawthorn represents far western North Carolina. And Lee, as you've been telling us tonight, he has made a lot of headlines that have reached far beyond the Tar Heel state. So tell us about this race and this controversial congressman.
Well, good evening again, Libby, from the Ted Budd watch party here outside of Winston-Salem, kind of winding down. A few minutes before you came to me, Ted Budd had an impromptu kind of press conference behind me with a circle of cameras. So the crowd's still here, people still filtering in and out, but of course a victorious night for Ted Budd in that Senate race. The other race that we're all watching and we don't have a conclusion for is that far western North Carolina race with Madison Cawthorn. I've been watching the results come in. About 70% of reporting so far. It's about a 2.3% race between him and the leading candidate right now, a state senator, Chuck Edwards, who is leading. But when we talk about Madison Cawthorn, he is the youngest member of the House at 26. And, he's kind of drawn headlines that go far beyond a freshman member of Congress. And, I have a card here to kind of go down some of those headlines and scandals that have kind of been generated, because I don't want to miss all of them, but I am going to leave out a few. This goes back to there were sexual misconduct allegations while he was in college as a teen. There's been a sexually suggestive video of him in women's clothing that surfaced while he was on a cruise a while back. He said that there's sexual perversion in Washington. He was invited to an orgy where there was cocaine use. He has been caught with handguns not once but twice at North Carolina airports. And there's also been insider trading allegations against him, to name a few things. There's a feeling that he's neglected his district, insulted those in power that could in fact help him.
Madison Cawthorn, a first-term incumbent, we know that whenever first-term incumbents are the most vulnerable, it's in their first re-election bid. And so you've got that dynamic along with the onslaught of negative news that has descended on him that has really made this Republican primary in the mountains of North Carolina a hugely competitive race. When the first congressional map was released by the legislative Republicans, Cawthorn made the astonishing announcement that he was going to leave his district and jump into a district that was drawn ostensibly for the North Carolina State House Speaker to run as a congressional candidate. So it automatically set up bad blood between Cawthorn and the legislative Republican leaders in Raleigh. The big question, I think, in a lot of people's minds are the voters of Western North Carolina just tired of all the shenanigans going on that Cawthorn has brought upon himself? Or will Trump's support of Cawthorn be something that will overcome that worry about whether this is the right guy for the position?
What's extraordinary about this race is that the other North Carolina state U.S. Senator Tom Tillis has in fact campaigned and endorsed Chuck Edwards, who is running against Madison Cawthorn. Very rare that you see a fellow Republican go against an incumbent and not endorse him and not support him. In fact, Tom Tillis has said that he feels like Madison Cawthorn lacks good judgment and situational awareness and appears to be failing his constituents. For his part, Cawthorn says that this is a coordinated drip campaign, nothing more than that, and it's an assault by liberals and the political establishment in North Carolina against him because they want to stop Trump's agenda. So, Libby, still a very close race to the west in North Carolina, that congressional district, to Asheville, to the mountains to the west of there. We'll just have to see who comes out ahead when it comes to Madison Cawthorn and the folks who are running against him. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Lee Powell. Well, Republicans need to flip only one Senate seat to take the majority, which makes today's primaries extremely important. We will look at their chances up ahead.
Sometimes you have to see to believe and witness history as it unfolds. When the news is breaking, watch with the newsroom of the Washington Post. We explain what's happening and why it matters.
Thank you for choosing to watch the headlines as they're being written by our journalists. You can subscribe with a special offer at washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing through that link lets everyone here, from the front lines to the control room, know that you care about our continued efforts to inform the public,
protect the First Amendment, and foster a healthy democracy. We could not do this without you.
Bridges, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And we'll also go to the skyline of the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, with its famous City Hall. Well, good evening. Voters in 5 states are selecting nominees in some of the most consequential primaries of the year. I'm Libby Casey, and you are watching a special report from the newsroom of the Washington Post. Here are the latest headlines. The Associated Press projects Senator Rand Paul won his Republican primary in Kentucky. He will face off in November with Democrat Charles Booker. In North Carolina, the Associated Press projects Democrat Sherry Beasley will win the Democratic primary and face Congressman Republican Ted Budd in the Senate midterms. Our eyes are on the Senate race in Pennsylvania, which has had a series of last-minute dramatic turns. The AP projects Democrat John Fetterman will clinch a spot on the November ballot, but it has yet to make a call on the Republican side. Let's go now to Jeremy Bowers to find out what we know at this hour about tonight's marquee contest. Jeremy?
Hey, Libby, you know, the first thing I want to talk about tonight is the Pennsylvania governor's race, especially in the GOP. Now, this is looking very intriguing, and let me tell you why. With about 35% of the vote in, we see that Doug Mastriano is doing exceedingly well. He's got about 40% of the vote. Lou Barletta, a pretty far away second place at just over 20%. And Bill Mcswain, what a fall. Earlier this week, there was looked like a neck-and-neck 3-way race here, and Mcswain and Barletta are both falling off. Now, that 35% of the vote is a significant amount, but there's still quite a bit of the race left to go. The thing we're going to be watching tonight is to see how much of this geographic pattern continues. Lou Barletta doing very well in the east and the northeast parts of the state, but as we get to the more rural areas here to the west and northwest of the state, we're seeing Doug Mastriano really racking up the score out there. We're going to want to watch, though, to see if there are any additional areas, maybe in the southeastern part of the state, where Barletta might be able to pick up some occasional votes. But this is one of those races that's starting to look like there's a bit of a runaway. Now, there are some other races that we can keep an eye on. Let's, for example, go take a look at that Republican Senate race in Pennsylvania. Now, right now, we've got Dave McCormick out with a little bit of an early lead. Again, about 35% of the vote is in. Dr. Oz right behind, just a few points behind, and then Kathy Barnett really kind of holding up the tail end of that vote with about 23%. Now, there is a little bit of vote left to count, and it's not like McCormick has this one fully wrapped up. Oz has been closing in as the votes get counted. Now, nobody is voting anymore. Just to be clear, what's really happening is we're seeing sort of figments in the vote counting process here in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. But a lot of that early vote was strong McCormick, and Oz is now catching up a lot in the Election Day vote. We'll be watching, too, to see if Barnett picks up any additional Election Day vote, and what that does to the rest of the race. Is she pulling off Oz voters, or is she pulling away from McCormick voters? Now, there's two other races that I want to get us in on, and those are both in the state of North Carolina. They are House races. The first one is North Carolina's 11th Congressional District. We've been talking about this race quite a bit tonight. Madison Cawthorn squaring up against Chuck Edwards. Now, Cawthorn was behind quite a bit early in the night, and this is an interesting race for two reasons. First, it's an interesting race because of the difference between the Election Day vote and the early vote. Edwards raced out to a lead in that early vote, which is counted first in North Carolina. But then Cawthorn is catching back up with a pretty strong performance in the Election Day vote. What we're waiting for now is a handful of precincts that are outstanding, and that's where the geographic part of the story really kicks in. A lot of those precincts are waiting for us in Buncombe County, which is home to Asheville. It's the largest city in the district and really where the majority of the population is. And Edwards is doing much better here than Cawthorn. He's got about a 10% lead. And if we expect that lead to continue, what we would see is in those handful of precincts outstanding that Edwards would continue to hold on. But we're going to have to watch that because it's also fully possible that Cawthorn will be able to pull away a little bit of vote there. There's only about 2% of the total vote left outstanding. This one is going to be neck and neck. It's going to be very close, and we're going to have to wait. But North Carolina is excellent at counting votes, and they will almost certainly get us to 100% tonight. So we're going to be watching that one close. Now, there is one other race in North Carolina I'd like to talk to you about, and that happens to be in the 4th Congressional District. This one is an intriguing race for a couple reasons. The first is that it's an establishment Democratic candidate versus a more progressive challenger. Valerie Foushee has already shown enough tonight with 99% of the vote in to pick up a check mark from the Associated Press. Nida Alam was the more progressive candidate. It's really one of the stories of the night tonight is that the progressive candidates are really showing off a little below where we would have expected based on their polling and maybe some of their fundraising efforts. And some of those more establishment Democratic candidates are really starting to look pretty strong. Now, we've got our eyes in Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on a bunch of votes there. But if anything else changes, we'll make sure to get it to you, Libby. But until then, it's back to you.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Let's get the latest. I've got this here on what's going on in North Carolina with my colleagues Rhonda Colvin, who is on Capitol Hill, and columnist James Hohmann. So, James, let's talk more about Madison Cawthorn and what we know about his political future. We got a great explanation there from Jeremy about how the votes are being counted at this hour. What questions are in your mind?
Whether there's going to be a runoff. You know, the threshold in North Carolina is 30% to avoid the runoff. And just a few days ago, the feeling was that Cawthorn might be able to clear the bar because the vote against him was so divided. But it does seem like there was some 11th hour coalescence. And it does seem like a lot of Republicans are just exhausted of the scandals. They're exhausted of the changing districts and venues. They're exhausted about his fights with Republican leaders like Tom Tillis. And it does say something because this is a guy who came in 2 years ago, widely seen as sort of not just the youngest congressman, but really a future leader of the GOP. And he really, is someone who flew too close to the sun. But he still may force a runoff here in what could be a pretty contentious two-way race.
I want to bring Rhonda in on this. Rhonda, you cover the halls of Capitol Hill, and Cawthorn quickly emerged as one of these highly visible figures. As James pointed out, there was a lot sort of banking on him, hoping that he was this young, new generation. But he was part of this coalition in the Republican Party that's often pushing this radicalized ideology, that has gained him detractors in his own party. I would say, though, Rhonda, it's not just his ideology, because there are others in the halls of Congress who share it, but it's when he talks about things like being invited to orgies and accusing members of Congress of participating in that really kind of, got the bug-eyed look from leadership. What do you hear in the halls of Congress?
Yeah, it was around the time of that comment about being invited to Republican orgies is when you saw Republicans
I think we're having a problem with your audio, Rhonda, so we're going to work that out in just a minute. I'll throw that question to you, James. Is Cawthorn breaching protocol by his ideology or by what he's talking about in sort of salacious terms about other members?
Both. It's not just the temperament issue and the scandals. It is a matter of ideology. He is someone who was part of the small group that voted against condemning Russia. He has been outspoken in saying that the United States should not be supporting Ukraine in the war against Russia, and has opposed all the aid packages, has voted against leadership, Republican leadership, on a lot of things where there was no point to it other than to sort of troll Republicans. And so that did make him a lot of enemies in his own party.
James, what about efforts to focus on other members of the Republican Party who've also come under scrutiny for some of their more radical statements? Yeah, we had a primaries last week in West Virginia, and we've talked about Nebraska tonight. We haven't talked as much about West Virginia, and there it was a member-on-member contest because of redistricting. West Virginia went from having 3 seats to 2, and so 2 Republican congressmen were thrown into the same district, and they faced each other. Trump-endorsed Alex Mooney, and in part, Trump said because David McKinley, the other incumbent, voted for Biden's infrastructure bill, and he didn't want Biden to get a political win of any kind. And Alex Mooney winning that race pretty handily last week by more than 20 points, and now saying pretty openly that he wants to run against Joe Manchin for Senate in 2024. So that does tell you when you have 2 Republican incumbents facing each other. Right now, the base of the party is very much preferring the kind of the fighter over the compromiser, the show horse over the workhorse. We've got Rhonda's audio fix, so let's bring her back in on what she hears in the halls of Congress. Rhonda?
Well, on the question of Madison Cawthorn and the response that members of Congress have given him, it's been a few months after these controversies have come out that you've heard first other members of the GOP caucus talk about it, and then it kind of rose to the level of his own senator, Tom Tillis, speaking out against him. There was even reports that some GOP lawmakers have sort of taken him aside to talk to him about his rhetoric. But again, he remains competitive, as we've seen from Jeremy's rundown there of his percentages right now. He is a competitive candidate. His district seems mixed between giving him another chance or some saying that they don't like his style. And they also point to the fact that he hasn't gone to some of the debates against some of his opponents that have been held in North Carolina this cycle. And also some are pointing to his voting record here on the Hill. He has had a number of missed votes, and it's actually it's above average for missed votes. So there is a lot to criticize Cawthorn about. But again, this race belongs to his district and his constituents, and whether they decide if he should return to Washington after the general election. And, there's a question if he pulls through and this avoids a runoff, or even if it goes to a runoff and he is able to pass through that, what will Republicans here on the Hill do? Is this another question of where they may strip his committee assignments or try to isolate him, much like some of the other members of Congress where they've had to handle this too? I'm thinking Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia and some of the comments she's made and how the House GOP caucus has handled that. So there are a lot of questions that likely won't be answered tonight, but I think he leaves open a real big question for the House GOP in terms of what do they do with him as a member of Congress.
For more on that, let's bring in Isaac Arnsdorf, who's a national political reporter who covers former President Trump and his supporters, his movement. Isaac, I know you've been looking at this effort among Republicans to unseat Cawthorn. Tell us more about this internal Republican effort.
Yeah, absolutely. What happened is he made a lot of enemies and he gave them a lot to work with. So, the long string of scandals became fodder for $1.7 million in super PAC attack ads. But, there also had to be the money available for that and the will to use it. And that's something that, by contrast, you don't see directed at a lot of other members of Congress who also stir a lot of controversy. And that's what really strikes me as the difference here, is that, Cawthorn his bet was that as a MAGA celebrity, as an expert in creating online outrage and converting that into campaign cash, that would be what could sustain his career. And he didn't have to do all the things that ordinarily a freshman member of Congress does to, have relationships with the senior members of the party, the elders in the party, the senators, the state legislators, and that he could just blow all of that off. And so this contest you can sort of think of it as a test between the power of MAGA celebrity and more like that old-fashioned political pull, state party politics. And right now it's looking really, really close.
Isaac, another question this raises is just how important constituent services is, because we've heard critics, including Senator Tom Tillis, one of the North Carolina senators, criticize Cawthorn for lacking in basic constituent outreach and services and doing the basics that House offices are often looked to do. How do you see that as a potential test nationwide as well?
That was definitely fuel for the fire, something that Senator Tillis cited as his reason for opposing Cawthorn. And he was specifying that he was picking up some of the slack from constituents who couldn't find help in Congressman Cawthorn's office and were then coming to him. Now, Congressman Cawthorn's office pushed back on that and pointed to the number of cases that they solved. But that was definitely a point of contention that a lot of people in the district I spoke to raised as well.
Now I want to pivot to Pennsylvania and look at the MAGA movement there and this question of Donald Trump's endorsement versus which candidate can sort of prove they're more MAGA. What does MAGA mean now to donors and on the campaign trail? Does Donald Trump still own it, essentially?
Well, you have Kathy Barnett, one of the Senate candidates, taking a very firm view on that, and her answer being no, that it's not Trump's movement, and the movement doesn't follow Trump, but that, as she put it, something like, Trump doesn't own it and he's following us. And the polling was indicating that she was surging at the end of the race here, despite not having Trump's endorsement, and that Trump actually endorsed someone else. And a lot of that energy was coming from sort of running as a ticket, if you will, with Doug Mastriano for governor. And I believe that race has been called for him, and he did get Trump's endorsement just in the last few days. But I don't think we know yet whether the kind of grassroots momentum behind her is going to lift her up, or whether Trump's formal endorsement for Dr. Oz is going to prevail, or McCormick, either.
Yeah, and in addition to that grassroots effort, Isaac, the Club for Growth is also putting its thumb on the scales here and supporting Kathy Barnett. You have been doing some fascinating reporting on this leading conservative organization and how it's supporting candidates. Talk to us about the power struggle between it and Donald Trump.
Well, the Club for Growth was kind of acting like the bank of Donald Trump's endorsements for a lot of this cycle. They spent some $20 million opposing people who Trump was opposing and supporting people who candidates who Trump had endorsed. And they were really the biggest non-official party player in these races and in primaries. They're the biggest outside spending group by far. But then they found themselves on crosswise with Trump in Ohio, where they were backing Josh Mandel, and then Trump came in for J.D. Vance, and now they've taken this position contrary to Trump, supporting Kathy Barnett in Pennsylvania against Dr. Oz, maybe looking to settle the score there and kind of get even, and kind of staking this claim on sort of who's more in touch with the movement and who has their finger on the pulse of where the base is right now.
Fascinating. It seems to both be a personal fight, but it's having major ramifications, Isaac, in terms of the ads, the endorsements, the money that's flowing into these state contests.
Absolutely.
we'll definitely be continuing to focus on that and follow it. Thank you. Well, it's important to note as we talk about the races in Pennsylvania that the Commonwealth is very diverse in terms of geography and population, and it has a complex political makeup. So to give us a deeper dive into the landscape of Pennsylvania, let's head back to James Hohmann. James?
Well, Libby, it's sort of noteworthy coming off what Isaac was just talking about. The three leading candidates for Senate in Pennsylvania, this large state of, I believe, about 20 million people, all three of them didn't live in the state 3 years ago. Kathy Barnett was living in Virginia as recently as 2019. Dave McCormick was living in Connecticut and working at a hedge fund. Dr. Oz was living in New Jersey and doing his TV show, spending a lot of time on both coasts in New York and Los Angeles. And so when you think about traditional politics, usually a candidate for statewide office would be in Congress or would be in a position to have some kind of geographic base of support. The closest thing to that in the Republican primary is that McCormick has spent a lot of time in Allegheny County. That's Pittsburgh. He bought a house there. He ran a company there several years ago. He sort of considers that home. Kathy Barnett, after she moved from Virginia to Pennsylvania, ran a long shot race. She lost by 19 points to Madeline Dean in 2020. She never conceded. She claimed without any evidence that there was fraud, but she actually ran ahead of Joe Biden. But she doesn't exactly have kind of a political coalition of her own. She has a following more from appearing on Fox News pretty regularly and other conservative shows like Glenn Beck's or Steve Bannon's. And Oz is also hoping to do well here in the southeast part of the state, especially with sort of the college-educated suburban voters. And so that leaves this big open question of, this T. We talked about the T earlier. You can sort of see the T. And James Carville famously said after running the governor's campaign for Bob Casey Sr. that this central Pennsylvania region right here is like Alabama, except without any African Americans. It is incredibly conservative, and in this sort of primary, a region like this is going to decide, in all likelihood, who wins the Senate primary. And McCormick has done a good job at establishing himself as the sort of the traditional conservative candidate. I don't think it's necessarily right to call him the establishment candidate, but he spent the last few days campaigning around the state, especially this part of the state, with Ted Cruz. And you see Ted Nugent making a play for kind of the conservative part of the state. He had a teletown hall on Sunday night with Ted Nugent. Now, on the governor's race, if I could make a separate point, you see here in northeast Pennsylvania, think Wilkes-Barre. This is where Lou Barletta is from. He is currently running second in the governor's race. He actually does have a real political coalition that in a political base of support that he's built in this part of the state. This was traditionally Democratic. It's turned Republican. It's really flipped quite a lot when you talk about changes over the last 2 decades. And one of the reasons Barletta is keeping the race, the governor's race, competitive is because of his support from this part of the state. The Doug Mastriano, the front runner, the leader who has Trump's endorsement, he comes from down here in the western region. He's from southwest Pennsylvania, close to West Virginia, from sort of a rural area he represents in the state Senate.
Fascinating, James, because Lou Barletta was like Trump before Trump was Trump, right? He was a very conservative, almost like isolationist Republican representing Pennsylvania. And to see now that that shift has gone even farther to the right with Mastriano is just pretty incredible.
There's some really hard feelings right now. You talk to people in Barletta's camp. Trump urged Barletta to run for Senate in 2018 against Bob Casey, and Barletta didn't want to give up his safe House seat. Trump said, no, we can win the Senate race. Trump helped recruit him into the race. He ended up losing by 10 points. This time, Trump didn't want to endorse a loser.
Well, James, we have a race call to make, so let's pause for a moment. The Associated Press is now calling the race in the Republican primary for Pennsylvania's governor's seat, and they are projecting that Doug Mastriano will indeed win. This gubernatorial race is an open seat because the current Democratic governor, Tom Wolf, is term limited. Let's head back now to the Post's Election Insights team for more on what this means for the Republican Party's hopes in Pennsylvania. Jeremy?
Hey, thanks a lot, Libby. You know, this is one of those races where we were watching early tonight, and with like 3 or 4% of the vote in, we saw Lou Barletta and Bill Mcswain doing particularly well. But then, as that election day vote started to trickle in for Doug Mastriano, the story of the night became really apparent. And what that story was is that Doug Mastriano is doing very, very well in the state of Pennsylvania. And he's doing it pretty much without regard for geography. He's doing very well in various parts of the state. He's doing well in the very conservative western parts of the state. He's doing pretty well in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia, at least in early returns, even in Wilkes-Barre. So one of the things that we're sort of watching tonight is what is the rest of the vote that we're going to count? About 56% of the vote in when we can project this race. What is the rest of the vote coming in going to tell us about the other candidates? Now, this is one of those races where, you know, Josh Shapiro, who is pulled down the Democratic nomination, is probably licking his chops a little bit. Barletta and Mcswain would have been probably more interesting general candidates for the Republicans, but Mastriano is really quite a bit to the right of both of these other candidates, and he's going to be what it looks like going to be representing the Republicans come this November. We're still watching other races, Libby, but until we have more updates, I'm going to hand it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Let's go back to James Hohmann. James?
To add to what Jeremy said a second ago, Libby, Josh Shapiro was unchallenged for the Democratic nomination. He's the current Attorney General. He's been in politics there for 20 years at the state legislature, at county level. Shapiro has been running ads promoting Mastriano. They say, you know, Doug Mastriano led the fight to audit the January 6th election results. Doug Mastriano is against abortion. And they're running those on conservative channels, targeting conservative audiences. And the reason that the Shapiro campaign is doing that is because Bill Mcswain, who we saw is just getting 15% of the vote, spent about $10 million on TV ads. And Mastriano had spent less than $200,000. So the Democrats wanted to give air cover because they believe he will be the easiest candidate to defeat in November. But you know, be careful what you wish for. This has actually been tried before in Pennsylvania. In 1999, there was a Pennsylvania mayor's race, and the Republican thought that one of the city councilmen running for mayor would be really easy to beat. So he ran ads on his behalf, and that Republican ended up losing to the Democrat. So there is some risk in an environment like this in 2022, in a state like this, that even someone like Doug Mastriano, who is incredibly extreme, who supports no exceptions for abortion rights, who completely falsely claims that Trump won the state, who says that Ron DeSantis is an amateur, someone like that could very much still win in a state like Pennsylvania in a midterm environment in 2022.
Well, let's go to Rhonda Colvin, who's at the Capitol. Rhonda, you were at the site of the January 6th insurrection where people stormed the Capitol in what was essentially a coup, Rhonda. And one of the people who was outside of the Capitol grounds that day was Doug Mastriano. Now, this is a Trump-supported candidate. He has Trump's blessing. He has been very involved in trying to essentially overthrow the votes of Pennsylvanians by supporting Trump's efforts to mess with the vote count there. Let's talk about what it means that he has now been elevated to this statewide nomination.
Yeah, it's been said that he helped spearhead the efforts there in Pennsylvania to throw out some of the electors' votes because of his false belief that Trump won. So he has been a part of that election denier camp for a long time. In fact, yes, he was here on the grounds of the Capitol complex that day. He has said that. There are pictures. He has said that he did not enter the Capitol, but there is some discussion of whether he went beyond some of the barriers that the Capitol Police had put up outside. So he was very much involved in this narrative, the false narrative, that Joe Biden lost the election and Trump won. And it's something that has raised eyebrows with the January 6th committee. He was subpoenaed by that committee because of his role with that situation and trying to throw out or diminish the electors' votes there in Pennsylvania. He has also helped organize bus rides here for that rally, the Stop the Steal rally that preceded the insurrection. So he's very much a central figure when it comes to that election denier narrative. So it's quite interesting and notable to see his rise and see how popular he was among Republican voters who voted in the gubernatorial race, primary race tonight. And the question of if he has electability going into the general, that remains to be seen. I mean, it's a polar opposite situation where you have him up against the Democrat opponent in that race. So it's going to be very interesting. But of course, it represents a larger trend that I spoke about earlier in the show, is that there are a number of election deniers on the ballots in states across the country running, in this case, in a gubernatorial race, but there are also candidates for Secretary of State who believe that Trump won. And if you think about it, electing a governor and or a Secretary of State, both of those offices are really involved with election laws in states. So to have people who believe that one election was false, who knows what might happen if they are in office and are dealing with the next election or dealing with voter laws. So those are some trends that we are seeing pop up throughout this midterm cycle, is the presence of election deniers.
Rhonda, to your point, I want to note that in Pennsylvania, the governor does get to appoint the Secretary of State, and of course, that person is in charge of some very important, election realities here. I also want to mention that Mastriano has said he would repeal the state's law allowing for no excuse absentee ballots, even though he's voted for it in the past. So talk to us more about how this could be essentially used in the campaign on both sides of the aisle.
Well, on the other side, this is something that the Democrats can use against him. They can perhaps make some voters feel uncomfortable with the choice of having him as the lead executive in the state. So you might expect some ads from the Shapiro camp against Mastriano, in a way discussing his role in January 6th, discussing his role in attempts to throw out electors' votes. That could make a lot of people feel very uncomfortable, even if they perhaps voted for him in the primary race, but there are months now away from that general election and they may change their minds. You may also see some national Democrats get in on that. As I mentioned, he was subpoenaed by the January 6th committee here on the Hill. They are about to start up a series of hearings to discuss their findings in the last year on the insurrection. So he could be brought up in that as well. So I would expect that there is certainly going to be some criticism, some very deep criticism from the other side. And then you may also have that quietly and perhaps behind the scenes from some Republicans who are uncomfortable with his win here on this primary night. We know that a lot of people were, a lot of the former opponents in this gubernatorial race started to put money and their voices behind his opponent in this race. And it appears that it didn't quite work, but perhaps if they coalesce together, get a lot of money together, they may fight him as a Republican establishment. So it remains to be seen how what strategy might come out of this. But again, he is going to be a candidate that both sides may want Pennsylvania voters to be uncomfortable with.
Yeah, and we will certainly see, though, the power of Trump's endorsement moving forward, though, Rhonda, because that is perfectly in line with what Donald Trump does want to see from his hand-picked candidates. So we'll see how Republicans use that in his favor in some arguments. Rhonda Colvin at the Capitol, thank you so much. Let's go now to Mary Beth Albright to talk about how voting laws are affecting who can vote and how they can vote in today's primary in Pennsylvania. Mary Beth?
Well, Libby, before the pandemic, back in 2019, a law was passed by the Republican-led legislature, giving Pennsylvanians the biggest expansion of voting access in decades. And it allowed for voting by mail for anyone with no reason required. And before that, to vote by mail, you had to give an excuse of why you weren't available on Election Day. There was significant use of voting by mail in Pennsylvania's 2020 election, and it was used far more by registered Democrats than registered Republicans. And Republicans now claim that the law they passed in 2019 is against the Pennsylvania state constitution. So they took it to the state courts to try to get the law that they passed struck down. And last year, a lower state court declared the mail-in balloting law to be against the state constitution. But the law still stands for now because it's undergoing a final review by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which heard oral arguments just in March of this year. There may be a decision announced on mail-in voting in Pennsylvania before the general election in November, so the law may change again.
So, Mary Beth, how does this compare to what we're seeing around the country?
Well, Libby, across the country, a lot of laws are being passed about voting rights and processes, many of which restrict voting access. Republican-led state legislatures passing those laws say that restrictions are necessary to protect the integrity of the voting process. But voting rights activists say that's an excuse to limit who can vote. Last year, 19 states passed 34 restricted voting laws for voting access, according to the Brennan Center for Justice. Here are some examples: more stringent ID requirements and reducing the number of polling places or how long they're open. And Georgia recently criminalized handing out water or snacks to someone waiting in line to vote. At the same time, half the states passed 62 laws expanding voting access. Some examples of that are more early voting opportunities and more locations of ballot drop boxes. So, Libby, it's a patchwork of laws, and every state is different.
Yeah, nationally, Democrats control both the White House and Congress, and leaders say they want to protect and expand voting rights on the federal level, but they haven't gotten legislation passed.
Yeah, the U.S. Constitution gives primary authority over congressional elections to the states and their legislatures, specifically the time, place, and manner of congressional elections. But the Constitution also recognizes that Congress may want to oversee that. During the current congressional session, bills have been introduced to extend voting rights. These bills offer minimum national voting standards to ensure access to voting. The Biden administration is supportive, but as of now, no bills have been passed. And across the country, we are electing officials like secretaries of state who will determine how state laws are executed, which can be just as important as what the laws actually say.
Mary Beth Albright, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you for more on the national efforts to try to get voting legislation, voting rights passed. Where does that stand in Congress?
Well, you'll remember it was something that a few months back was the big thing on the to-do list for Democrats, both in the House and in the Senate. But those efforts, when put up for a vote, did not go through, and there have been a few different attempts. And you'll remember that President Biden went down to Georgia and sort of at the beginning of this midterm cycle to talk about voting rights needing to be passed on the federal level because it meant it could secure the future of election security. But again, it's something that once it gets up here on the Hill, it did not have any success. But Democrats have not stopped talking about it. However, since that time, there have been a number of major issues here on the Hill that lawmakers have sort of put higher on the list. One of those things, of course, has been the war in Ukraine and providing funds there. Of course, now Democrats seem to be turning their attention to voting on legislation that deal with these kitchen table issues, like inflation, like a gas gouging bill that is up this week on the House floor. So it appears that voting rights is still on the front burner, but it's getting trumped by some of these other issues that Democrats want to handle because those are issues they feel they can bring home and sort of tout and celebrate to their supporters.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you. James, let's talk more about what this win by Doug Mastriano means in Pennsylvania. In terms of messaging going forward, now, as you pointed out, Shapiro, who is the Democrat who didn't have competitors for the governor's side of the ticket and on the Democrat side, was putting out an ad talking about how very conservative and Trump-supported Mastriano was, right? So you have Shapiro doing an ad essentially promoting Mastriano to the hardcore right wing of Republican voters. It's sort of dressed up as like a critique, right? But ultimately, what was that ad saying, and what does this mean for the messaging going forward?
Well, Josh Shapiro has gotten what he wanted, but and there's no question Doug Mastriano is, much easier to define and to beat than someone like Bill Mcswain, the sort of very traditional U.S. attorney. But this is not Tom Ridge's Republican Party anymore, or Dick Thurberrow. This is, Doug Mastriano is not the kind of, Dick Thornburg, thank you. Rick Santorum obviously won in Pennsylvania, a very different kind of profile, although from the same part of the state, won in 1990. Mastriano could win this election. He could excite people. The Republican Governors Association just put out a statement congratulating Mastriano. And the lead of the RGA's statement is Republicans have chosen Doug Mastriano to be their nominee. And then that's basically it. So it's not someone that they're super excited about. It's going to be a much tougher race for Republicans than it would have been otherwise. But there is a long history of Pennsylvania electing Republicans. I should say, Libby, this strategy has worked before. I mentioned that it didn't work in Philadelphia in 1999 when the Republicans tried it in the mayor's race, but it did work in 2012 in the Missouri Senate race. There was a Republican primary. There were two candidates who would have easily defeated Claire McCaskill for re-election that year. She was the then Democratic senator in the Show Me state. And McCaskill ran ads promoting Todd Akin, saying Todd Akin is very conservative, to kind of, again, help him with conservative voters because he was being so outspent by John Brunner, who is a multi-millionaire, centimillionaire businessman. Anyway, McCaskill spent a couple $1 million helping Todd Akin win the primary, and it worked because a week after the primary, Akin went on TV and made his comments about so-called legitimate rape, ended up losing that election. We saw in next door Delaware, Christine O'Donnell winning the Republican primary in 2010, and then losing the general election in what had been thought to be a very winnable race. So we'll see how this plays out. We're now going to be paying a lot more attention to the Pennsylvania governor's race than we might have had Mastriano not been the nominee.
Yeah, James, I can also remember when Donald Trump became the Republican nominee for president, some Democrats said this is too easy now, right? That voters will, of course, pick Hillary Clinton, the Democrat, and that did not happen.
Hillary Clinton was desperate to face Donald Trump. We now know that from everything that's come out about that campaign. In 1980, Jimmy Carter was desperate to face Ronald Reagan because he thought he'd be the easiest Republican to beat. So that's why you have to say, be careful what you wish for. It might be harder to run against kind of an unapologetic MAGA warrior than a milquetoast moderate from Philly in a midterm environment.
Well, thank you, James. Let's go back to North Carolina. We've been watching a close race there for the 11th congressional district, and that is where Madison Cawthorn has been trailing. So let's go to Jeremy Bowers for more. Jeremy?
Thanks a lot, Libby. It's an absolute squeaker in western North Carolina right now. We've got 99% of the votes reported approximately, and we are within a few percentage points. It looks like something like 1,500 votes are outstanding, and the difference between Cawthorn and Edwards is razor thin. Now, this is one of those races where, because it's so very close, we're going to be waiting until the very last minute, basically until all of the votes that we can project are going to be available to come in before we're going to get any kind of race projection on this race, and it is very, very close. The places where we are waiting for votes still outstanding are largely in Henderson County and then in a handful of smaller counties to the very far west of the state. Now, some of these smaller counties in the very far west, they're quite rural. They are likely to be pretty strong Cawthorn areas. These are going to be precincts where he's probably going to do pretty well. The ones that we are more concerned about are these in Henderson County, because Edwards is already doing particularly well there, and so those are the ones we're going to be keeping our eyes on to see if they give us any more insight on that last 1% of the votes that we're waiting for. Now, it's not just North Carolina that we are watching. We are still watching the great state of Pennsylvania. And what's happening in Pennsylvania tonight? A handful of things, but what we're keeping our eye on is that Republican Senate race. Now, there is a GOP primary tonight. Then Dave McCormick is currently the leader. About 70% of the vote has been counted in that race, we estimate. But Dr. Oz is running very close. This race used to be a lot further apart. What's happened is McCormick did particularly well in the early vote. And in the state of Pennsylvania, the way that vote comes in, early in the night, we get that early vote, those absentee votes, some of those mail-in ballots. Those will be counted earlier in the day. And then later, we're going to get that election day vote. And what we're seeing in the election day vote is that Dr. Oz is starting to climb back up, and it gives the appearance of him starting to catch up to McCormick, when in fact, these are all votes that were cast, much earlier in the day. And the truth is, all we're really seeing are like figments of the vote counting process. Now, I mentioned earlier in the night, we're watching Kathy Barnett, because Barnett really took a surge in the polls in the last handful of weeks, and has come out as a fairly conservative candidate. We're watching to see if there are any other areas where she can pull votes away from Dr. Oz and make this an easier race for McCormick to hold on to. But we've still got something like 25% of the vote left outstanding, and we're going to have to keep our eyes on that as the night goes on. Now, when we have an update, Libby, I'll make sure to get it to you, but until then, we're going to hand it back to you.
Okay, keep me updated, Jeremy, and all of our viewers. Thank you so much. Let's bring in Dave Weigel to the conversation. He covers grassroots political movements for The Post and is the author of the Trailer newsletter. Dave, what themes are emerging to you tonight? Now, I know we're still waiting for a lot of critical races to come in, but what are you seeing so far?
Well, a couple races that I haven't seen discussed as much are Democratic primaries in North Carolina, in kind of the Black Belt in the 1st District and the 4th District around Durham. These are places where there were progressive candidates who Bernie Sanders endorsed, Elizabeth Warren endorsed, pro-choice groups endorsed. They have lost in large part because AIPAC, the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, and a lot of affiliated pro-Israel centrist PACs went in there in the last month and spent a lot of money, bundled a lot of money for the winners in those races. And so you have in Pittsburgh right now an open seat race for a safe Democratic seat. And this is the thing this year. The left is really playing to win safe Democratic primaries, places where nobody can argue that they're going to risk the seat in a general election. In Pittsburgh, you had Summer Lee was up 25 points according to Emily's List, which endorsed her. A left-wing state representative, Bernie Sanders, came to campaign for her. You have there Steve Irwin, this attorney who had no political profile before this race began. Millions of dollars, more than $3 million spent for him by those PACs I mentioned. He is in a dogfight. He's been leading. She's been regaining ground as more of Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh and the suburbs. As that's come in, she's done better. But she needs to win that county by a couple thousand votes to win the election. Again, this is a candidate who, before this money was being spent, was up by enough that it wasn't even a contest. So that's one thing I'm watching. That's a very close race. We'll have another race when Oregon closes. We're going to have more tests for progressives in those races.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought this up, Dave, because I wanted to ask you about the Summer Lee district in particular, that fight there in the Pittsburgh area. Talk to us more about why all this money has been thrown into that race. Mm-hmm. Just dig into it a little more for us.
Well, one answer is that it works. So Democratic Majority for Israel, which is not a spinoff of AIPAC, but this is all sort of the same donor network. They launched in 2019. United Democracy, which is an AIPAC spinoff PAC, that launched last year. Their theory, which they tested in Ohio, remember Nina Turner lost a special election that looked like she was going to win in the summer of 2021. Their theory in that race is come in late, spend a lot of money, own the airwaves, and you can beat a candidate with a message of this candidate is divisive, this candidate will not work with Joe Biden, this candidate, and if you have scandals or gaffes, you use them. So they would use somebody's tax problems or somebody's record. They had a pretty bad year in 2020. They tried this. It didn't work in a lot of races. It's been very effective this year. And that dynamic is something that Democrats are just starting to wake up to. Bernie Sanders earlier today sent a letter to the DNC, an open letter that the media knew about, asking to do something to stop super PACs from intervening in Democratic primaries. That because they went from, in very short time, in really a few weeks, these PACs went from groups that kind of spent ineffectively and couldn't overwhelm progressive mobilization to groups that can beat them. So the Summer Lee race is up in the air, but this is what a lot of progressives have started to call the Ohio model. the model of what worked in Cleveland to beat Nina Turner. These groups, and I talked to them for a story last week, they're looking at 10 or 15 more races, including open seats and incumbents. So later this year, when Ilhan Omar is on the ballot, when Rashida Tlaib is on the ballot, and Cori Bush, these kind of news-making members of the squad who are very left-wing, there is a plan to get in there with a lot of money and beat them.
Yeah, let's talk about North Carolina's 4th, and this is a contest between Valerie Foushee and Nida Alam. Talk to us about the dynamics in that race in terms of money coming in and also the candidate considered to be far more progressive versus far more mainstream. Go forth, Dave.
Yeah, sure. Well, Nida Alam is the Durham County Commissioner, the first Muslim elected to that county commission. It's at Durham, Duke University, very liberal. She kind of started out in politics as a Bernie Sanders supporter, as an organizer. She's very young. She was going to be, especially with what looks to be a loss for Madison Cawthorn, was going to be the youngest member of the delegation if she won. Valerie Foushee was a black state senator in Raleigh who had established herself, was the kind of candidate. Now, I don't think anyone could have been lifted over Nida Alam, but she was a strong candidate for that race who raised decent money. But Alam had more national support. Alam had Elizabeth Warren raising money for these progressive groups. But Alam had been critical on Twitter of Israel in a couple of respects. Those quotes were thrown back at her. They were the reason that these PACs got invested. And Foushee did not run to the right, but Foushee ran as a reliable Democrat who was going to support progressive agenda items. And when she was pressured on this money, and she was pressured, there was a state rep who had endorsed her and pulled the endorsement because she was so angry about all this PAC spending coming in. Foushee defense was, it's a big tent party. People are allowed to spend money. That carried the day. She's going to win pretty handily in a race where I'd say it began with both of them having some advantages. Neither is a clear favorite. And she's being lifted to a double-digit win thanks to that strategy.
What lessons do we learn, or what lessons will you be watching for in terms of the prospects for progressive candidates for these House districts?
Yeah, again, in just not too long, we're going to see in Oregon what happens if some progressive candidates win these open seats in the 5th and the 6th district. So there has been a conversation on the left. What do we do about this money coming into these races? Do we need more field? Do we need to spend more money late in the game on TV advertising? They have not figured it out yet. And that is why you saw that Sanders letter today. They're sort of arguing, well, we can complain about how much money is being spent. We can raise attention about who is doing this, but they don't have a strategy yet. I mean, you saw Justice Democrats, which recruits a lot of these progressive candidates, endorse Summer Lee, so that's one they're watching. Put out kind of a comedy video, like a 10-minute comedy video yesterday with a comedian talking about AIPAC and DMFI. It didn't go over very well. They were trying to do in a kind of John Oliver explainer way a message to higher information liberals and liberal donors about this PAC is no good. They're trying to distort democracy. Another thing I'd heard from, I talked to Jeff Weaver, Bernie Sanders' former campaign manager who helped with Nina Turner. He was very frustrated. He called this the Empire Strikes Back, and he said one thing they're risking is if Democratic centrists make it look like progressives can't win primaries, what will happen? Well, you have more progressives who take the Jill Stein route and say, okay, I'll run and get 10% of the vote as a spoiler if I'm going to be crushed by a PAC anyway. It's very active discussion what they're doing here, and I think it's more settled than Republican races. I mean, Madison Cawthorn's race is less of a trendsetter of a strategy that can work to get rid of MAGA candidates. In Madison's case, you need to have a scandal every 6 hours or something, and the entire establishment against you. In this, it's more targeted. Just a couple PACs can have a huge impact.
Now, let's bring James Hohman in on this. James, is this pitting really a fight between progressive Democrats and, I'm not even going to say conservative Democrats, but what's the word I'm looking for, James? Democrats who are more centrist, but really some of this is about targeted issues rather than just the broad-based swath of liberalism.
Yeah, it's really not it's clear a divide ideologically in a lot of cases. Some of it's insider versus outsider. In the Oregon case where Kurt Schrader is facing a very tough primary and could lose, part of the frustration has been that he was a thorn in the side of leadership on the Build Back Better negotiations and was sort of holding things up to some degree. He ended up kind of getting Joe Biden to weigh into that race on his behalf. And we'll see if that matters at all. You know, it is really striking the degree to which Joe Biden hasn't gone really hard into a lot of these primaries. When we talk about the Pennsylvania Senate primary, I think back to 2010 and the Obama White House going all in for Arlen Specter, who lost the Democratic primary to Joe Sestak because Arlen Specter had been a Republican for decades and decades. And similarly, you know, John Fetterman first came onto my radar in 2014 when he ran for Senate in a crowded Democratic field that included members of Congress. But Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee wanted Katie McGinty, a lawyer who had been environmental state secretary from the Philly area. They wanted her to be the nominee. Democrats were able to basically clear the field with the help of the Obama White House. She lost to Pat Toomey. And so this time, it's really striking that Chuck Schumer and the DSCC haven't gotten involved and intervened in these primaries. Similarly, the NRSC on the Republican side also hasn't invaded for the more electable candidate. And so that has created, to some degree, a vacuum in some of these races.
Dave Weigel, let's talk about Pennsylvania and what you're watching there. Dave, you know, we're waiting to see how the Republican side of the Senate race plays out. But we can reflect on the Democrat side, where Fetterman is projected by the AP to win. What stands out about John Fetterman to you as a candidate?
Right, and I just spent a little time talking about progressive losses, but that is one where Fetterman, who endorsed Bernie Sanders for president twice, who had a very progressive campaign staff, he was not very well liked by centrist Democrats in the party until he started winning. That is a win of sorts for the left. Fetterman is a very hard to pin down figure. He is generally left-wing on a couple big issues. I mean, he campaigned around the state as lieutenant governor to legalize marijuana, for example, which is popular. He's for Medicare for all, which, depending on how you poll, is popular or isn't popular. But he was never handled correctly by his opponents in this race. Both Malcolm Kenyatta wasn't a factor in the end. Conor Lamb tried, as things got closer, to portray him as a socialist who'd lose the primary, but Fetterman actually wasn't very well liked by Pennsylvania's actual socialists. Even though he endorsed Bernie, they had problems with just his standoffishness, the fact that he supported fracking, not building more fracking, but he broke with the left, which was demanding candidates call for a fracking moratorium. He didn't do that. So he's taken some positions you could call pragmatic and are not left-wing, but he also is an introverted guy. He is not, if he runs against Dr. Oz, who has been on TV for decades, that is a very strange race. That is one between a man in Fetterman who has done a lot of media, but is not really a natural politician, likes to keep to himself, doesn't like small talk or talking points, versus Dr. Oz, who has just literally spent his life either in a operating room or talking on TV and is a ball of energy. And as our colleague Andy Linsky pointed out, you might have a race between somebody who just got a pacemaker installed and a heart surgeon. We don't know who the nominee is going to be yet. But Fetterman is just a very hard to pin down figure, and that was a reason he was hard to beat. One reason he was very popular. I mean, I met, when I was in Pennsylvania, plenty of Democrats who were not very left-wing, but their impression of Fetterman was, this guy says what he means. He doesn't look like anybody else. He doesn't dress like a politician, and they didn't just like it. Their idea was, my cousin, my uncle, who's very MAGA and hates politicians, might like this guy. He doesn't seem like a traditional politician. Whatever the result ends up being in Pennsylvania tonight in the Republican race, you're going to have, a mayor who's been in politics, but who Democrats didn't consider a typical slick politician, versus somebody who's never won it or run for anything before. And that says something about where these candidates are going. I think 10 years ago, the congressman from Western Pennsylvania, who's Catholic and a little bit anti-abortion, charismatic Marine, the Conor Lamb resume would have worked in a different year. But you are detecting some worry among Democrats about not left-wing candidates as much as candidates who don't have much to say or look like they come from the establishment. You're not seeing them say, I'm going to go there to work for the Biden agenda, and that be the winning message anymore.
All right, thanks, Dave. Stay with us. Tonight's race in North Carolina sets up a potentially competitive race in November for an open Senate seat. Our Lee Powell joins us from outside of Winston-Salem tonight. So, Lee, does the state feel like it is in the midst of political change? And what does the climate there mean for the fall?
Well, Libby, North Carolina is one of those states, depending on who you ask in politics, what color is it? Is it a light tinge of red, or is it turned completely purple? It's often called a 51-49 state, just for how close the two parties are when it comes to where people fall. So it's really a microcosm of national politics. You have to remember that in 2020, in the last presidential election, Donald Trump's a margin of victory over Joe Biden was a little over 1%, and that was the narrowest victory of any state in the country in that race. So the rural-urban divide here is very stark. Joe Biden won 8 out of the 10 largest counties in the state, urban areas, and so you have to wonder, the urban areas, the rural areas kind of cancel each other out in the end. But this is a growing state. It's a changing state. Look at Raleigh, Wake County. That's one of the fastest growing parts of the country. It's consistently cited as having the best job prospects, rising home prices, a lot of tech presence with the Research Triangle that's been a long-standing presence there, but some new entrants, Google, video game makers. Apple is opening a $1 billion campus there next year. So a lot of change, people moving here, perhaps in the pandemic from a place like the West Coast or bigger East Coast cities because of the low cost of living. So all of that is setting up a very contentious, competitive race in the fall against Ted Budd and Cheri Beasley. It's going to be close. It's going to be competitive, as I said, a real political fight. And you're already seeing that on the ground here. In fact, there was already an attack ad released before the primary against Cheri Beasley and her legislative agenda. I caught up with both of the candidates earlier this weekend, and they're already going after each other, as you can see here.
There has been a response from the national Republicans, and they are afraid because they really can't lose this race. And they're spending all this money against me and attacking my judicial record because they know that regardless of who their nominee is, they have a fight on their hands, and we can really win this race.
She's the most radical Senate candidate that has ever run for office in North Carolina. She is Chuck Schumer's pick to try to turn North Carolina blue, and I don't think she really represents North Carolina values. She's soft on crime. She'll make bad decisions for our state.
So there you have it. That's a potential setup for what we're going to see in the fall. A lot of money expected to be spent here. Perhaps we'll see Donald Trump return with his endorsement of Ted Budd, and perhaps other national surrogates on both sides and both parties coming in, lending their support for both of these candidates. I'll leave you with this. We're at the event space where Ted Budd made a very early victory speech, and the space is really cleared out. But I think even in that short victory speech tonight, you're going to see some themes, heard some themes that you're going to see in the campaign to come. He thanked Donald Trump and his family for his support. He consistently lumped Cheri Beasley together with Joe Biden, calling it the Biden-Beasley agenda. And the favorite line he kept going back to is that America is woke and broke. So expect to hear much more of that from Ted Budd and from Cheri Beasley, really appeal when it comes to rights, voting rights, abortion rights, things that she feels are being threatened in the current political climate. Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much. Lee Powell reporting for us from North Carolina. Appreciate it. Well, voters in 5 states choose their midterm slates in some of the most consequential contests of the year. I'm Libby Casey, and you are watching a Washington Post special report for the 2022 primaries. Tonight's results will send signals about the future momentum for both parties at a time when Democrats and Republicans are rejiggering their winning coalitions. Nowhere is that more interesting than Pennsylvania in that Republican primary for the state's open Senate seat. Let's go straight to Jeremy Bowers to get the latest on the vote count. Jeremy?
Hey, thanks a lot, Libby. You know, a little bit has changed in this race, although nothing in the top line numbers. Let's go to the map now and take a look. We've got about 90% of the vote in, and this race is so very close. We're within a single percentage point. Dave McCormick, currently the leader, 32% of the vote. Dr. Oz, currently in second place with 31% of the vote. And Kathy Barnett holding up the bottom of that trio at 24% of the vote. And now when we take a look at the map, there are a couple trends that become immediately obvious to us. First, Dr. Oz doing very well here in the northeast parts of the state. The second interesting trend is that Dave McCormick is doing well in some of the much more rural areas in the western part of the state, though you can see Kathy Barnett is breaking that up in places here. Some of what you're seeing there is even happening in Lancaster County, which is one of the largest batches of GOP votes that we're going to see in the state. They were actually the second largest county in 2018's Republican primary. That county we're waiting still on votes there, but you can see Barnett actually leads in this county by a handful of votes and only 53% reporting. There were some issues earlier in the night counting some early and absentee votes. Now, that is the state of this race in Pennsylvania, but there are a few others that we're keeping our eye on. First, I would like to drag us over to North Carolina and take a look at Madison Cawthorn's North Carolina 11th Congressional District. Now, Cawthorn is the incumbent and 98% of the vote is in, and we're seeing that this race is super duper close, though Chuck Edwards looks like he's starting to pull away just a little bit in the last handful of votes. What we've seen is a handful of precincts in Henderson have come in. Some of those precincts were a little stronger for Edwards than we expected. We're still waiting on a handful of more rural precincts that we think are going to be Cawthorn heavy, but there just don't appear to be an awful lot of votes left there. It's not a good night if you are a Cawthorn supporter, certainly, but it's still too close for us to feel comfortable having a projection. Now, there are a handful of other interesting races for us to take a look at. One of them I would like to take a look at is in the Pennsylvania House. Now, the Pennsylvania 12th House District. This is a fight between Steve Irwin and Summer Lee on the Democratic side. Summer Lee, a more progressive candidate, Steve Irwin, a more centrist candidate. And this is, again, one of those stories of the night for Democratic candidates up and down the ballots in various places. It looks like those centrist candidates have been pulling out and sneaking up wins. I will say that Irwin and Lee are neck and neck with about 77% of the vote in. We're seeing that it's less than a single percentage point difference between the two. Only a couple thousand votes really separate them. There's still plenty of room for Summer Lee to pull ahead. This is a very interesting district. Again, every district in the United States this year is brand spanking new because of redistricting after the 2020 census. And this district in 2020 would have voted strongly for Joe Biden, but this district is split across two counties. It's got a little bit of the city of Pittsburgh and Westmoreland County, but it's also got a little bit. It's also got a little bit just outside of Pittsburgh and much more west of the city. And so this is one of those districts where we see Irwin doing very well in the western part or in the eastern part of the state, and we see Summer Lee doing a little bit better in the western part of the state around the city of Pittsburgh. Now, we've got our eyes on these races and others, and as we've got updates for you, Libby, we'll make sure to get them to you. But until then, it's back to you.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. Let's go back to Dave Weigel for more on that district we were just looking at. Dave, what do you make of the numbers we're getting in so far in that contest?
Much better for Summer Lee. Progressives who knew they were not having a great night were hopeful earlier this evening that, like last year's races in Pittsburgh, where early voting broke for the incumbent mayor for centrist candidates, and then the late vote broke for left-wing candidates. They hoped that would happen as Election Day was counted in Allegheny, because that's about a fifth of that vote is the city of Pittsburgh, maybe a little bit more in a Democratic primary, about a third. The rest are these suburbs where it was clear that Irwin was gaining ground. And the other chunk you're seeing, Westmoreland, she was always going to lose that. Her job was winning Allegheny County by maybe 4,000 votes. That'd be enough to do it. She has been making progress towards that goal. And one thing that was clear when I was in the district is some of these left-wing candidates are making their first run, or they have got one race under their belt and they're going for the ring. Lee had gotten elected twice to the state legislature against once upsetting an incumbent in a primary, once facing a primary as an incumbent, and had built a very good organization called Unite, which was electing candidates around Pittsburgh, around the district for school board, for judicial offices. So she was doing the work that a lot of these organizers on the left say you have to do, because things like this happen. You organize your campaign and you get smashed by a lot of money. It is looking better for her there, and the progressives I've been in touch with tonight went from very gloomy an hour ago to thinking that could be the race they pull out tonight that shows that there is a way to beat this PAC strategy.
Let's go back a little bit and talk about money in the Senate race in Pennsylvania. Rhonda Colvin, I want to bring you in to talk about the mudslinging that's happened on the Republican side of the aisle for that open Senate seat. We saw so many negative ads hammering McCormick, hammering Oz, and it seemed to clear the path a little bit for Kathy Barnett to gain a little bit of traction. Talk to us about the mudslinging in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's right. And it's because it's such a competitive race, and everyone knows how high the stakes are in that race. So even though they are on the same party's ballot, they did want to make sure that they got all the jabs in and take their other opponents out. And the question of money is an interesting one because this primary has already been breaking some records in terms of spending in a primary race. Typically, the money's in the general election. But because there are so many competitive races, because we're looking at North Carolina and Pennsylvania as the two states that could determine the power structure here on the Hill, there's a lot of money coming into this. And I actually looked at this earlier today through the Centers of Responsive Politics, who track election spending. And one interesting trend that you're seeing is there's a lot of outside spending coming into these races, where in Pennsylvania with McCormick, the PAC funding him, only a very small portion of donations have been coming from Pennsylvania. The rest of it is coming from financial executives, and of course he was a hedge fund manager, so that's sort of the sector he came from. But it's a lot of outside money coming into these races. You're seeing also, I know we haven't talked about it much tonight, but in Oregon, and there's a congressional race there, it's District 6, where you're seeing a cryptocurrency billionaire fund that race. And a lot of the money going into that race has gone to one candidate. That candidate has gotten some support from House Democrat leadership here. But it's so interesting to see all of these races shape up to be record-breaking and spending so much money at this time in a cycle, because again, we're just at the primary level. We are not yet into the general yet. So the question of money is a big one. And you're right, it did in Pennsylvania, it did clear the field a little bit when the Republicans, who didn't really see Barnett as a threat, were mudslinging, across to each other. But that sort of cleared the way for her to develop her own message. And when looking at Jeremy's results there, when he just gave us that breakdown, it's interesting to see how much she disrupted this race. And you're looking at the counties that are coming in strong for her. That was not expected just a few weeks ago. And I'm wondering if one of the ads that she just recently put out there about abortion and how her mother, that she was a product of rape. Her mother was raped at 12 years old, and she had Kathy Barnett. And Barnett has been saying on the trail and in recent ads that the issue of abortion is a personal one for her. And the one ad I'm talking about is very emotional. So you almost wonder if that kind of turned the tide for her as well. So yes, money, PACs, they're really engaged in this midterm cycle. And in terms of Kathy Barnett, it's going to be really interesting to see when the dust settles how well she did and where she came in when she was not expected to get to this point tonight.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Money PACs and also the endorsement of President Trump, they are all having an influence. And we're talking a lot tonight about specific candidates and the winners and losers, but one of the biggest names at work is not actually on the ballot, and that is the former president. Trump's influence and his endorsement and his MAGA movement are being felt, but we're all wondering what effect it will ultimately have. So let's head back to James Hohman to talk more about how Trump's endorsements are playing out. James?
Yeah, Libby, that is the big storyline of these primaries, is how powerful is Donald Trump as 2024 approaches. We've been talking about Pennsylvania, so why don't we start there? One of the funny things that's happening based on that update from Jeremy and watching these numbers is that Dr. Oz has been closing the gap as the election day ballots begin to get counted. It's really close, McCormick and Oz. But what I think one of the takeaways from it is that Trump has convinced his most loyal supporters not to vote early, which is relatively easy to do in Pennsylvania. And so it is a sign that the people who were voting for Oz on Election Day really are following the lead of Trump, following his cue. But it's notable that, he's in the 30s. That means only about 30% of Pennsylvanians voted for the guy that Trump flew in last weekend to campaign for. So that's the big endorsement that we're watching in Pennsylvania. And then, Doug Mastriano, who Trump endorsed on Saturday, that's really about Trump trying to follow his supporters rather than leading them. He was told that Mastriano was going to win anyway. Mastriano was supportive on Stop the Steal and other things that Trump cared about. And so Trump endorsed someone he knew was going to win. One of the trends that you notice in our Trump endorsement tracker is that there's a lot of endorsements in non-competitive races because Trump wants to basically pad his record to run up the score to be able to say, I'm 68-2. Otherwise, it does appear, to that vein, that Trump's picks in these Pennsylvania U.S. House primaries have all won their primaries, but that was all expected. So Trump can count those as wins, but if Dr. Oz ends up losing, that's really the endorsement where Trump actually went out on a limb and was or wasn't able to have an impact. But the North Carolina is especially interesting. Ted Budd won very early in the night. He avoided a runoff against Pat McCrory. He benefited from Trump's early endorsement. He benefited from the Club for Growth and Trump being on the same page in this primary. When you talk about Trump padding his endorsements a little bit, Virginia Fox was going to be fine, didn't have a serious challenge. Same with Murphy, Rouser won, Hudson, Patrick McHenry Bishop. But the two big Trump endorsements that are still kind of open are these. This is where it matters. So Bo Hines, former football player, played for North Carolina, then injured his back, went to Yale. Really young guy, just a few years ago. He's in his 20s. He's about Madison Cawthorn's age. They actually are close friends, although Bo Hines has tried to distance himself. Just a couple of years ago, he was saying he's going to be president someday. Bo Hines is the only is running in the district that is actually a true toss-up. Because of redistricting, the others are all going to be easy Republican or easy Democratic holds. But Bo Hines right now is only getting about 31% of the vote, with about 85% of ballots counting. And a state legislator, someone who has kind of deeper roots, deeper ties in the state, more traditional political background, is running neck and neck with him, way too close to call. But Bo Hines spoke at Trump's rallies in North Carolina. The Trump operation really went hard to support him. He's the son of really wealthy parents and has put millions of his own dollars, his parents' money really, into that race. And so Hines may pull it out without a runoff, but the fact, again, he's getting less than a third of the vote. So 2/3 of Republican primary voters were unmoved by Trump's endorsement in the race. Madison Cawthorn, same thing. Trump actually went on Truth Social, his alternative to Twitter that he created today, to reiterate his support for Madison Cawthorn, who's been beset by all these scandals. Every Republican establishment figure in North Carolina is opposed to Madison Cawthorn, especially Tom Tillis, the former Speaker of the State House, who's now been in the U.S. Senate in his second term. Cawthorn has changed districts, made a lot of enemies by moving back and forth. Originally, Cawthorn was actually going to primary Virginia Fox, who's in line to be chairman of the House Education Committee next year if Republicans win the House. So we're watching these two, but these are the Trump endorsements where you really have to judge his win-loss ratio. Ted Budd, big win for Donald Trump, but these others, not so much. Similarly, in Kentucky, Trump picked everyone who was expected to win. They won. And then the big open things that we're watching for as polls continue to close out in the West. The governor's race, Trump endorsed the lieutenant governor. And in this competitive House race, he endorsed Fulcher. So this is really the endorsement to judge success or failure. But I'll send it back to you, Libby.
And I want to talk to you more about that race in Idaho in a moment. But we have breaking news, James. Madison Cawthorn has conceded his congressional primary, even though we have not called this race, nor has the Associated Press. Let's go to Dave Weigel on the latest. Dave?
Yes, Madison Cawthorn, who did not believe that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, does believe that he lost his. So that race is over. I don't know what Cawthorn does next, but it took a lot of work for him to lose that primary. This loss began when Cawthorn, who had always been critical of his colleagues, who had been kind of mean-spirited personally to a lot of them, who had angered a lot of them with his actions on January 6th, went on a podcast and claimed falsely that he was invited to drug and sex parties and implied that other members of Congress were going there. That really started, this cascade of Republicans condemning him. That started Senator Tom Tillis being willing to spend money against him. And there was this gusher of revelations about Cawthorn, who, I guess we've been talking about this for years in the press. What happens when millennials and Zoomers run for office with these long records of TikToks and Facebook posts and Instagram posts? Just embarrassing videos of him kept emerging. And the strategy for Republicans that worked is that Chuck Edwards was a solid conservative state senator from a geographic center of the district who established himself as the alternative to Cawthorn. It took a lot of work. It was not obvious. There's a version of this race where he gets 2% less to some other candidate and Cawthorn wins again. But yeah, Cawthorn basically talked and acted himself out of office. And I'd point out he won his first race by lying about his opponent and claiming they were a never-Trumper based on a video that he manipulated. So this is somebody who Republicans, I think, on the Hill tomorrow will be very happy to say goodbye to.
Dave, we'll be watching, as we wrap things up here tonight, what happens in Oregon, what happens in Idaho. I do want to ask you about one Idaho race that James mentioned. This is the race for the Republican side of the aisle for governor. Of course, Idaho's so Republican that this is really a consequential primary there. The lieutenant governor is trying to beat her own governor. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the dynamics are in this race that is indeed, as James said, a test of Trumpism?
That is a very strange test of Trumpism. That's one of the many races tonight where the line that Kathy Barnett, who's not going to win, had that the president has some bad advisors. Sometimes that's true. In this case, he kind of took a flyer and endorsed a lieutenant governor who had taken very splashy decisions against mandates. When the governor, Brad Little, was out of the state, she was acting governor, and she would sign an executive order banning a pandemic regulation. He'd return to the state, and he'd strip it. I got the impression that Trump liked that. Trump also likes the idea of kind of a telegenic female candidate winning with his support. But she never got traction. She didn't ever raise much money. She also was just more far right than I think Trump even might have understood at first. I mean, she recorded a video for a white nationalist conference, the one that Marjorie Taylor Greene got a little bit of trouble for speaking at. She recorded a video and then was confused when reporters asked her why she spoke at the conference. She but in the closing days was traveling around the state having screenings of this new Dinesh D'Souza documentary claiming the 2020 election was stolen. And there are going to be candidates with her mindset, I think, who are more strategic, and I think down the ballot may be successful. But you have there a far-right candidate trying to unseat her governor. There has not been much polling. All the polling suggested that she wasn't really in the hunt. And one thing, it's typical for governors to debate their opponent. There's kind of an Idaho debate before the primary every year. What governors usually do is open that up to, let's say, the colorful candidates in the race to make it look like their opponents are all a little bit unelectable. Governor Little didn't bother. Governor Little didn't want to bother, didn't want to debate Janice McGeachin, didn't want to debate his challengers. Just tried to head this off at the pass and say this is not a relevant candidate.
Thanks so much, Dave. Let's go back out to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Jorge Ribas, who is covering the Republican race there for the Washington Post. So, Jorge, what is the mood there where you are at David McCormick's camp?
Hi, Libby. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty loud. And, behind me, there's a crowd of people that are watching a monitor right now. They're watching the TV and seeing the results coming in. The race is tightened up. Earlier tonight, McCormick actually came down with his wife, Dina Powell, who was the former Deputy National Security Advisor for Donald Trump. And he came down, talked to the crowd, shook some hands, talked real quickly to everyone here, and then he left. There was a huge cheer when he came in, obviously, for all the people that are supporters of him. He left, and I talked to one of his staffers, just trying to find out where he is, and I guess he's kind of in a war room, waiting out the campaign with his staff, just watching the results come in right now. And the thing that I always like to look at, and it's sort of interesting, is people here, they're drinking, they're having fun, they're listening to music. But you can kind of see a little bit of concern if you look at some of the staffers who are walking around, because early in the night, McCormick was doing really well. The results tightened up considerably, and you can kind of, if you look in the faces of the people who actually are working on the campaign, I mean, I wouldn't say they look worried, but there's definitely like a little bit more concern than there was earlier in the night. But like the crowd here overall is very happy. They're watching TV. They cheer whenever it comes in that McCormick's still in the lead, even though it's razor thin at this point.
Jorge, you've been following the twists and turns of this race for a while.
That's right. I mean, I was here earlier for a McCormick event back in April, and he spoke at Hanover Township, Pennsylvania, which is just right near Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, Scranton area. He spoke at an American Legion there. There were a lot of veterans in the crowd. It was very much his scene. He talked a lot about his Pennsylvania roots, growing up in Pennsylvania, working at a Christmas tree farm. He talked a lot about his military background. He had a lot of voters there, some voters who were still kind of on the fence, and I actually got to speak to some of them about what they thought about David McCormick.
How many of you are sitting here today asking yourselves, what the hell can I do to try to get things back on track, right? Yeah. That's why I'm running.
I'm looking for somebody to tell the truth. There's not a lot of truth coming out of Washington these days. I would like to see more plain talk and people start addressing the real issues that affect everyday Americans like me.
Prices are going up faster than everybody's wages, and that kills working families in Pennsylvania. It kills everyone.
I have backed him like from the very beginning. He loves America. He loves Pennsylvania. That's enough for me. I have been a charter member of Women for Trump in Northeastern PA since the very beginning in 2016. But this time I was very angry because he should have taken into account a lot of what we feel. And he didn't. And he has been wrong before. I keep saying he's not infallible.
Yeah, and so that was really interesting to hear that from voters, and it kind of plays into what I saw at the rally that President Trump, former President Trump, had for Dr. Oz, where people were there to see him. They didn't really care much about Dr. Oz, and a couple people told me, they think that he made a mistake in supporting Dr. Oz, that they should have gone with someone else like McCormick. I had someone tell me that he should have supported Kathy Barnett. But at the David McCormick event, I actually spoke with former Governor Mike Huckabee, who was there to campaign for McCormick, and I asked him what he thought, if he thought that the former president, made a mistake in not endorsing McCormick. He told me that he thought that sometimes you just go with your friends, and he thought Trump, having known Dr. Oz for a long time, from his TV days, from New York, from Palm Beach, that sometimes you just don't always go with the person who might be the best candidate. He said he was disappointed that the former president didn't pick McCormick, but that he thought that on his own merits, McCormick would do well and win over Trump supporters, Trump voters, that would otherwise maybe go for Dr. Oz.
Thank you so much, Jorge, out at that very noisy David McCormick rally out in Pittsburgh. We really appreciate you talking to us, Jorge. Thank you for all of your reporting. Let's head one last time tonight to our Election Insights team and Jeremy Bowers. Okay, Jeremy, two big themes tonight: the continued influence of former President Donald Trump on Republican candidates and how establishment Democrats fared. What have you seen?
Libby, you're absolutely right. That first theme about how the former President Donald Trump really is casting a wide net across all of these Republican primaries showed up in a couple places tonight. Let's start at the North Carolina Senate GOP primary. We called this one pretty early in the night. Ted Budd, with a pretty convincing win across the state of North Carolina. Really only a little bit of Mecklenburg County managed to get a handful of votes ahead for Pat Pat McCrory. But this is one of those cases where, Ted Budd was, heavily favored and had been endorsed by the former president and, did very well tonight. There are other places where this pattern continues to be the case. Let's look at Pennsylvania in the governor primary for the GOP. Doug Mastriano, clearly the Trump-preferred candidate over Lou Barletta, who, would have been a Trump-preferred candidate maybe in previous years, but the even more conservative Doug Mastriano with a pretty compelling win across the state. Barletta had some strengths in the northeastern part of the state, but in truth, it was Mastriano's race to win, and he did very, very convincingly. Now, even in the places where the Trump-favored candidates didn't win, they still sort of demonstrate the rule that the Republican Party is really leaning this direction. And let's see a place here. Dave McCormick currently in the lead, the more centrist candidate. Dr. Oz, has the Trump seal of approval, and Kathy Barnett, was running as a MAGA candidate herself. If you add up that Oz and Barnett line, that's something like 50% of the vote alone. And this is one of those cases where the two sort of Trump-favored or Trump-esque candidates have sort of split the vote, allowing a third candidate to sort of run the ball right up the middle. And that's what we're seeing here in this race. The only other place where a Trump-endorsed candidate really didn't perform well was Madison Cawthorn in North Carolina, a race we still haven't called, but it's one of those races where Cawthorn, for reasons very far outside of whether or not his Trump endorsement held, was in trouble politically. Now, the second of those two themes was another interesting one tonight, and that was whether or not centrist or progressive Democrats were going to do well. And we were going to see this in a couple different places, but mostly in the House. Let's take a look at the state of North Carolina at some of these Democratic House primaries. Don Davis, a pretty conservative, centrist Democratic candidate, did particularly well here, routing Erica Smith across this new district that's in the northeast of the state. This district in 2020, if it had existed, would have been a lean Biden district. And so this is one of those cases where we're seeing a conservative Democrat do well, even in a place where, the president did particularly well in 2020. Then we look at the same pattern hold again in North Carolina for Valerie Foushee, the more establishment candidate, doing, an excellent job, beating Nita Alum here. Alum did well in one place, really, where the city of Durham is, and outside of that, Foushee, ran up strong margins in Orange County and elsewhere. And then we see the same pattern hold clear even here in North Carolina 11 and in other House races. Now, the one place where this is not particularly apparent is one where the Democrats had a candidate who just is really hard to categorize, and that would be when we're looking at John Fetterman. Fetterman is not an establishment Democrat by any means, and Connor Lamb, it would be closer to that description by my take. But in truth, he ran a unique campaign. He ran ahead for most of the night. The polling and a lot of fundraising showed that he was going to be a powerful candidate to beat in this area, and it turns out to be the case. So, Libby, that's what we've seen tonight. We've seen these two major themes: the continuing influence of former President Donald Trump in those Republican primaries, and those establishment Democrats doing particularly well tonight over their progressive peers.
Jeremy, can you take us back to that Senate Republican Pennsylvania race? And, we're still looking for just a small percentage of the vote to come in yet, but it is neck and neck. So where are we waiting for votes to come from, and what is their significance?
It's so close, Libby. The truth is, this is one of those races where there are piles of votes left outstanding across the state, not really following any real geographic convention. What we're seeing is a mix of Election Day votes that are outstanding, but also a handful of those early votes that didn't get counted. Let's talk really quickly about Lancaster County. Lancaster County is where I believe there is the majority of the votes left outstanding. Kathy Barnett has been doing exceedingly well in this county, but there's only 75% of the vote in. Now, Lancaster was one of those places where they had some early trouble with mail-in ballots, and they were unable to effectively count those earlier today. They're going to have to go through and almost do hand counts for those, and that's going to slow them down. It might be the case that we don't have the rest of Lancaster County until, well, just about now. We just saw that number jump from 75% reporting to 98% reporting, which is very interesting. And what we're seeing is Kathy Barnett holding her lead here. We should look and see what this does to the rest of the state if it makes a move. It really doesn't. We still show McCormick with a 0.2% lead. Now that is so very close. It is really easily the case that a handful of votes here or there going to Barnett, pulling votes away from Dr. Oz, or a handful of those votes going to McCormick could easily be the difference in a race like this. And we're just going to have to keep our eyes on it.
So talk to us finally before I let you go, Jeremy, about what you're going to be looking at overnight and what a realistic time frame on all this might be.
That's right. You know, Pennsylvania is no stranger to struggling vote counts. You know, in 2020, we waited an awfully long time to get those final results in the state. That's one of the things that we'll be watching for tonight, is to look and see how many of those additional mail-in ballots are going to need to be counted. And they could have been maybe pre-processed earlier, but the state legislature sort of forbids that. Those can only really be touched once Election Day begins. You know, and we'll be keeping our eyes on a handful of other places, probably some urban areas where there are a handful of Election Day votes outstanding. The Philadelphia area, the Pittsburgh area often take a little bit of extra time to count. And you'll remember those from 2022, almost the exact same thing that we're waiting for there. But in truth, neither of those places really favors either of these candidates. It's going to be one of those things where we're going to have to wait for every last ballot to be counted before we feel comfortable.
Okay, well, no sleep for you or Lenny Bronner until, maybe I shouldn't make that commitment for you. Thank you. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Really appreciate all that you and Lenny and your team have been doing for us tonight. Thanks a lot, Jeremy.
Thank you, Libby.
All right. Rhonda Colvin, I'd like to get your final thoughts on this primary night. There are still some questions outstanding, of course, some races on the West Coast that we'll continue to watch in the coming days. But as we wrap up our broadcast here, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think at this point, if you're looking at this midterm cycle in its entirety to be a race about Trump's influence, his continued influence on the Republican Party, it feels at this point tonight, when we don't have all the results in, that we're still getting a bit of a mixed picture. Of course, there was the win for Representative Budd in North Carolina, which looked like a pretty easy win for him, but we're still looking at these results in that U.S. Senate race in Pennsylvania, where Dr. Oz, who was the Trump-endorsed candidate, doesn't seem to be flying as high as perhaps he may have thought or Trump may have thought. But of course, as Jeremy has just run down for us, all results aren't in. So at this point tonight, it's hard to conclude about Trump's influence, his continued influence on the Republican Party. And it feels like some of the other races that we've seen so far in this midterm cycle. And right now, actually, I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking about the next primary states, and next up is Georgia, which of course is often a state that political observers love to look at because there's so much to get into there. There, of course, is a Trump-endorsed candidate in Herschel Walker, a former football player down in Georgia. He hasn't been very active on the campaign trail, but he is polling pretty well. You also have an on-incumbent race in a House district, District 7 there in Georgia. So that's going to be interesting to watch. So I'm already thinking ahead about what next Tuesday looks like. So those are my final thoughts.
We will be back here next Tuesday. So thank you so much, Rhonda. Dave Weigel, what did you learn tonight?
Less than I wanted to, because a bunch of these races are going to go to recounts, I should say. In Pennsylvania Senate race, we probably are going to head to a recount unless there's a surge for one of these candidates in the final precincts. I think we'll head to a recount in Pennsylvania's 12th district between Summerlee and Steve Irwin. We're always learning something about the Republican Party's demands and how they relate to Donald Trump. I do think it'll be interesting in Pennsylvania if Dave McCormick does win. This is a candidate Trump was calling a puppet of China on the record at rallies and robocalls until today, really. However, John Fetterman's a candidate who's not comfortable running negative ads, so I don't know how they're going to run against each other. There's a lot we will need to wait until tomorrow or until more poll boxes are opened a little bit later to figure out. But I learned that Madison Cawthorn is not running the strategy that any Republican in America should repeat. You know, don't talk about the orgies. Just keep it to yourself.
Dave Weigel, thank you so much, author of The Trailer. James Hohman, let's go to you for your headline on this key primary night.
Every vote counts, Libby. You know, there's about 1 million votes that have been cast, and it's 2,700 votes apart. 99% of ballots are in Pennsylvania, as Dave noted. The automatic recount threshold in Pennsylvania is less than 0.5%. It automatically leads to a recount. So, anyone who's watching, your vote can make a difference. But my headline is that these really are unusual times that we're living in. You look at Pennsylvania. Dr. Oz is not someone you would have expected to be in the United States Senate. Neither is John Fetterman a few years back. But John Fetterman is in a hospital tonight. He had heart surgery. He had a defibrillator installed. His wife, Giselle, appeared at his victory party to celebrate becoming the nominee. On the Democratic side, on the gubernatorial contest, Josh Shapiro, the attorney general who will be the nominee for governor, wasn't able to come to his victory party tonight because he has COVID. And to me, Libby, that's just a reminder that we are living in unusual times and that there's a lot that's uncharted about this unique moment in our politics.
All right, James Hohmann, thank you so much. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for their reporting, and thank you for watching. Come back here next week when we do it all over again, as the next primary night is Tuesday, May 24th. We look forward to seeing you then. Remember that a flip of even one Senate seat in November would change control of the U.S. Senate, and a Republican-held Senate would have major implications for President Joe Biden and his agenda. For all the latest in-depth reporting and vote tallies, go to the Washington Post website and apps, which will be updated all night long. I'm Libby Casey, and on behalf of our entire newsroom, have a good night.
Sometimes you have to see to believe and witness history as it unfolds. When the news is breaking, watch with the newsroom of the Washington Post. We explain what's happening and why it matters.
Thank you for choosing to watch the headlines as they're being written by our journalists. You can subscribe with a special offer at washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing through that link lets everyone here, from the front lines to the control room, know that you care about our continued efforts to inform the public,
protect the First Amendment, and foster a healthy democracy. We could not do this without you.